pieces, but we have managed to get it all together. All right, we are now connected to the live stream, and I will return the host capabilities back to you.
Thank you.
And you are good to go. I hope you have a good day of reviews.
Thank you, Tommy.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. So we have a few minutes. Let me introduce David to Dean.
Hi, Dean.
David Barragan is one of 4 partners and co-founders of Alborde, a group of architects in Quito, Ecuador.
Oh, nice.
Whom I've met a few years ago, and whose work I've seen in reality, and not everything, but some things, and community-based, and involves people who finally use it, but also make it in part. So it's one of those examples of where practices, well, David's practices follow the idea of doing more with less, using all sorts of materials which otherwise normal architects would never even dare to touch or bother to touch. They think it's detritus, and they turn it into components of buildings. And Dean Army has been teaching at UT and is in charge of urban design, has in his way initiated things which otherwise would not really be legally possible. I'm not sure whether I'm allowed to say that on YouTube, but in Texas, there are certain ordinances that cities have that in some cases prohibit planning. And Dean has encouraged people to think about planning in those instances, and that's quite a major achievement. So yeah, and I'm very happy that Dean and Daniel Köhler are with us in the morning session, in the first session, because we have a couple of schemes that are at an urban level. So we'll be able to benefit from your expertise.
Excellent.
We're waiting for Daniel Köhler. Daniel Köhler, I've already introduced in the earlier introduction session. Daniel Köhler is an urbanist interested in city architecture, and has written a book a few years ago that was published on Ludwig Hilbersheimer, urbanist and architect. Good morning, Barry. Barry Price is rejoining us. Barry was with us at the midterm review. Barry is an architect based in Bearsville, upstate New York, and has an interest in issues of sustainability and craftsmanship. And you need to undo your microphone.
Happy to be here. Thank you, Wilfried.
Thank you for joining us again.
Yeah.
For this marathon.
Yeah.
It was a shorter event at midterm, but this time it's a little bit longer.
Okay, well, I'm rested and ready.
Good. We're already at the end of our day here, the Europeans, with Beate and myself.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. All right.
So we're waiting for Beate, and if once she's joined us, I think we could even make an early start. Max Hunter, our first student, is here, ready and waiting. Let me see whether.
I think I've had a good deal.
And Ina, the second student, is also there. And Zoe, the third student, is also here. Julia.
Max, you're quite faint when you're speaking, so. Max, check your audio again. Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Okay. Okay.
Max, can you check your microphone?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, you're not very loud.
Here, let me, maybe if I, is this better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, good. Okay, now I think we're no, we're not complete. Daniel Kohler's not here yet, so. But Beate is here. Welcome back, Beate. Barry is here, Dean is here, and David is here. Oh, it's cold in Austin.
Yeah, we had some friends come down from Minnesota and they brought it with them.
Okay, Julia is here too. So the morning session in terms of the students is complete. We are waiting for Daniel Köhler, but oh no, Daniel is here. So all the critics are here, great, and all the students are here in the morning session. So welcome to all of you, and thank you for being with us for the final review of this semester's studio, which is entitled Architecture Where It Matters. And just to recap, we have Beate Holmerbach from Oslo, returning after she joined us the midterm, as well as David Barragan from Quito in Oslo, who also joined us at midterm, and Barry Price from Bearsville in upstate New York. We have from UT, Dean Army and Daniel Köhler. So over to you, Max. Max Hunter is our first student.
Hello, everybody. It's nice to see everyone from midterm review. I will begin sharing my screen. So my proposal is the Ukiah Fire Prevention Center. It makes space for a large firefighting complex and fire prevention team to both operate and live. I don't have to make very obvious the danger that the wildfires on the West Coast have presented this year. Corona lockdown wasn't enough, so up in Seattle, we were actually locked in because of the smoke. It was so toxic outside, nobody could breathe. And so I was kind of inspired by that to find a solution to the problem. The most obvious solution that fire prevention teams have begun is clearing fire breaks around problematic areas. This happens at the valleys and peaks of the mountains of Mendocino County, and they're 200-foot wide clearings. At the moment, they're left to private industry. My proposal involves relegating that to the firefighting team, making that a government project. In doing so, they would gain access to the wood, and I would like to revitalize the mill industry in Ukiah, California, to perpetuate CLT construction for this complex. Up top is the prototype of the building. It's made out of a glulam beam and truss system with a concrete core that is split in two to act as a fire break as well. The windows and doors are prefabricated in a panel structure that is then installed on top of the beams and trusses, and the bottom floor and top floor are inset, which you can see in the section here, to allow for atrium and indoor-outdoor space, which is becoming more and more important as Corona continues to be a problem. The bottom floor spaces make retail space available to the to the people who live in the building, but also the local community around. I'm replacing a lot of box stores and empty lots with my proposal, and in doing so, I've still allocated some space for these retail spaces because it is an important part of the community. Up here, you can see the residential floors, and the elevation shows the lofts as well. There's different sizes of units for families, for single firefighters, for single fallermen, and as well as apartments for two. The complex as it exists, or Ukiah as it exists right now, is something sort of like this. There's downtown Ukiah, Highway 101 in California, and then the Russian River. The phase 1 of production would see development along the highway, and phase 2 of production would see development along the Russian River and the trails. I'm proposing also that a trail replaces the old rail line to connect downtown Ukiah as it exists to the complex and stores and mills that I'm proposing. Here you can see the trail as it runs through the complex. The building is, the clearings, 500 feet radius, which are sort of the minimum. You can see some have already been started by the county. They look like this and like this. One clearing can create exactly 2 of my buildings. So as each clearing is planned, you can see the development begin to have access to more CLT, get bigger, and further develop. Fire breaks are also any riverbed, water or no water, any road or infrastructural elements. So I'm also proposing the development along the Russian River and clearing that out to make that sort of think of Waller Creek Park, a means of access to a less public space, I guess. This is the indoor-outdoor space I was beginning to talk about here, and how that is in dialogue with the retail space on the bottom floor. But I think I've covered most of what I'd like to cover in my 5 minutes. I'd like to open up the floor to you guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Max, for your very, very succinct presentation.
And now I can zoom in on any of the drawings you would like to see at this point. There's also some numbers and data and things like that. But I think the main goal of the data is just to prove that Ukiah, as it stands, is the most dense city in Mendocino County now. Because of that, I thought it would be a good place to further densify the county, as it's one of the most sprawling counties of all of California. And so by offering 8-story apartments, or I guess 6-story with bottom 2 being retail and emergency relief, I'm creating a means to house displaced people who were losing their homes and businesses to the fire, and creating less urban sprawl, hoping that that will also aid in the fire relief efforts.
Okay, thank you, Max. Questions and comments, please.
I guess I just have one question I didn't quite get. So I sort of understand the relationship between, let's say, deforestation and construction material and all that sort of stuff. But you said something about kind of COVID, post-COVID landscapes. What is that relevant to your project, and if so, how?
So I mean, the only time I've been able to go to any sort of restaurant or anything like that has been in Austin. And when I got here, as we've all experienced now, all of the seating is outdoors. And so I've created covered outdoor space and atriums that allow for flexible seating arrangements that would be a part of the cafes or businesses or any sort of, the business spaces are flexible, but outdoor space is available so that if outdoor seating would be the norm, there's space for it.
Okay.
I didn't quite catch the first part of your question, but I think I understood.
Well, I mean, you know, I don't mean to kind of focus in on a detail. I was just trying to figure out your agenda here. But, you know, one takes a position relative to where we are with all of that, or where we might be with all of that, you know, 6 months from now. I guess my sort of thoughts in that matter have to do with not just sort of, do we eat outside, but what does it mean to have a double loaded corridor, for example? And all those other sorts of sort of spatial configurations that one might consider throughout the sort of architectural proposition, not only in terms of the public realm, but also in terms of the way, let's say, housing works. If that's an agenda, I mean, you could take a separate position that is, you know, yeah, we have a vaccine now and all of that's going to go away. I don't know. I was just trying to figure out what your position was.
COVID wasn't a central part of this project, but it was something I thought about. I'm really hoping the vaccines come in handy and we can sort of move on from this in the coming year.
I mean, this is a super intriguing project. So when I understand it, like you, in a way, propose like a literal form of a firebreaker. In a way, you turn the clearance into a building. So is it also positioned at, so it's really like positioned at where the firebreaker is. So instead of like having that kind of clear cut through forest, you put a building. Do I understand like so, like your?
No.
So the bottom floor, a big part of my proposal is that fire prevention teams should be a part of the firefighting part of the government. But right now it's relegated to private business to do the clearing. And so they're the ones who come and to possess the lumber. My idea is that if fire prevention is such an important part of firefighting, why isn't that part of the firefighting team? And if so, if they can claim the lumber, that could be the government's lumber to turn into CLT to subsidize this housing for displaced people.
But it's just like, do we talk about one building or like an urban proposition that in a way, there's an urban scheme between, a relation between the clearings and the position of the buildings, and also relates to the program of a building. Because if there's a multiplicity of that kind of slab, then we also, I think it cannot be just for firefighters at the end. Like the communal concept is great, or they say I compress everything in a building.
Mm-hmm.
Post-COVID, I read the post-COVID in a way that what Zoom and so on tells us that any kind of functional division in city is obsolete. So we leave 20th century urbanism. So I combine it, compress everything in one building. No? Like so I read like your post-COVID narrative then. But then what is with the lumber mill, like, or with the production kind of craftsman workshop, like in what way I can see a variability of this kind of prototypical a form of a building, what you propose now, with a kind of like kick-off building, with a start with the firefighters. And like, can you imagine to turn it also into a different form of co-ops, different form of communal buildings in a way?
Yeah, I think that Max has not as yet explained clearly that there's fire clearing, or the clearing of breaks between areas of forests, which in the long term, I mean, is a job that will continue, and that will guarantee a certain harvest of wood for the construction purposes. And these buildings are not standing in the fire break areas. They are being constructed in Ukiah, in this town, in order to allow people who have lost their houses elsewhere, further in the woodlands, to move into this safer place.
This is a good
So
map
it's an
here.
urbanization project.
This is not my own map. This is actually part of the government of California. But this is the big complex fire that kept everyone from being able to breathe air for 2 weeks. And this here is Ukiah. So it wasn't exactly in the thick of the fire, but all these people who live in Mendocino County are going to want to continue to live in Mendocino County, though they cannot live in the homes that were burnt. So this proposal is providing a space for them to move into the city, to reduce the urban sprawl that is kind of problematic as part of the fire. And so by providing a walkable, livable, denser urban condition in Mendocino County, perhaps we can lessen the strain and the spread of the problematic areas. And of course, people other than firefighters would have to live here. That's why I created variants of space. I'm proposing that perhaps the first and second residential level would be for tree fallers and firefighters, and the lofts, because they're more family sized, would be rented out at market price to sort of subsidize the project further.
Max, can you allow us to see the site plan with the overall proposals of these buildings on the left? Yeah, that one. And a more detailed view, please. Yeah.
Let's see. So this is Highway 101, obviously one of the most major highways in the US, let alone California. And this is the mill industry. You can see it in color here. This is where all the existing mills are. And so my building, because we're working in conjunction to supply the mills with lumber, it's closer to downtown Ukiah with access to it, with a trail that connects it along with the Russian River. So because private space and outdoor space is important, I tried to put it next to the Gibson River, which connects to the Russian River. And so that becomes a whole outdoor trail system for people to enjoy while they live in the more urban center along the highway.
I mean, I
is
get,
it-
sorry, go ahead.
Just shortly, I mean, like you have next to these two images, it's like such a strong resemblance between the, like Colin Rowe has this comparison between like the Unité and then the negative of the Unité in the plaza, like the Uffizian in Florence. So, and it's such a great resemblance in a way that for an ecological project, a way inverting a figure ground in relation not to history, but like to forest or like to ecology. And so there's a very strong urban project with you, like in your project, I think, which comes for architecture. So it's just a big compliment.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, so I'm less forgiving about that. I think for me, the strongest parts of the project are the relationship between the sort of ecological processes of creating fire breaks, using the material, developing a kind of, constructive agenda about how to build these things, their relationship to the mills, and then presumably some notion of a more hybridized demographic and programming and all that sort of stuff. In that regard, I think, thinking about the building maybe slightly more infrastructural could be kind of interesting. I mean, there are certain locations, I think, that might suggest certain kinds of programs, and then there are other locations that might suggest that those programs don't belong there, And so for me, the piece that, my apologies for this, but for me, the piece that's sort of the less convincing is how you choose to locate these things within the town. Like, to me, that is sort of unclear, right? I mean, they are in a way little unités. They float around this landscape. I think it would be interesting to map more aggressively the location of the mills, to talk maybe about where that material is placed, how it's produced, and then how it's used constructively. Maybe you talk about the river, maybe it's not exactly Waterloo Park, but if that is a kind of armature that, deals with water, which might be an important part of firefighting. Maybe there's a relationship between the forest and the river, the sort of subtractive nature of the forest, the additive nature of colonizing along the river. I don't know. But for me, the piece that's sort of less convincing actually has to do with the choices of how you position these things in this landscape.
That's a fair critique. I started first with the most available land plots, and there are a great many because it's a rich area. My first development was here in the unused rail district, but it was mainly centered around getting access to parks and getting access to the highway, which would get supply to the mill area here. I
think Max, I think that Dean's point is very important. I mean, you've studied these things, and yet in your presentation, you don't allow us to see the logical sequence of decision making, because you point to certain things, and then there's this tendency that students have to go over images and then to kind of zoom in and zoom out, which makes the observers a little seasick, because we're not the authors of those images, and we're not as familiar as you are with them. So it doesn't allow us to focus on the issues that you're talking about, and you have this material covered, and it would be good for that to be included in your presentation.
True.
Right? Anyway, we have another opportunity with publication that we're planning. But I'd like to invite David, Beate, or Barry, Barry to speak.
I'm agree with the previous comments, and I want to ask you about the scale of your intervention. How do you decide that the scale of the building should be so big like these buildings? Or do you explore different kind of scales, or do you explore I don't know, a catalog of different size of interventions in order to create these fire breaks?
I thought about different heights and different lengths of the building, but I arrived at a certain width because of the span of glulam. The core sits between it, and 30 feet is about as far as you want it to span while still having the ability to create a plenum. So because of that, the beams sit here, the core sits here, and the span between the two is 30 feet. The resulting width is about 85, 90 feet for the whole thing. And that's consistent in every iteration. I have longer iterations, I have taller iterations, and I have shorter iterations as well. But in all of them, the width was really central. The length was sort of determined by the amount of units I wanted to provide, and that has to do with the density goal. Right now, right now the population of Ukiah is 16,000 out of the 87,000 people who live in Mendocino County. My goal is to theoretically double the population of Mendocino County. And to do that, I had to provide a certain number of units. And that is reflected in the drawing we were looking at previous. At 8 stories and the shorter boxes being 4 stories, this gets me at the goal of increasing Ukiah's density from, what is it now?
60,000.
Yeah, it gets me to 25% more dense than it is at the moment, which I would consider a win. So that's how I was sort of determining the lengths and widths of these interventions.
David, does that satisfy you?
Not so much, because I have a little bit worry about the impact of this scale of the buildings in that context. I'm not sure if it is the right scale, or maybe it is because it's not easy to see in your proposal what is happening in the surroundings of your buildings. Maybe it's because you are only focus your presentation in the building as well, and not in the surroundings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this is a very important aspect because Max has been interested also in issues of integrating certain elements like the trail and the river, and yet the landscape architecture has not really been explored. I mean, there are perspectives that show certain things in relation to the exterior, but you're not giving us a sense of what this urban fabric is. And that's one of the problems. I mean, you've got it modeled, but you've not, I mean, modeled in a 3D program, but you haven't really inhabited it, this 3D model.
I have a sketch here that shows the height of the 8-story building. It's quite small because it's dwarfed by the mountains on either side, but these tall black dots are actually the height of the proposed building, and these small ones are the existing context here. More site work could be done to better situate the proposal within the understood Ukiah context. I agree.
Barry.
I mean, if I'm willing to accept I share the hesitance about the scale of the building, but if I'm willing to accept it based on the density premise, then I start to get drawn into some of the tectonic aspects of the building, and specifically if your premise is based on CLT and the fact that the buildings are emblematic of what's being harvested from the area, and they need to be really emblematic of how this is, you're taking a problem and the building, represents an opportunity, right? In the end, you want people to look at it and say, wow, look how we, made lemonade from lemons, if you excuse my expression.
Oh, I like that.
Then I think the obligation is for you to take the tectonics. I know there's a lot to cover in the studio, but there are things about the cross section of the building that are, and even in your exploded diagram. I mean, if you really look, and there's something that's incompatible for me between a CLT frame and then introducing concrete on such a large scale in a building like this, until we're able to get a concrete mix that has, no carbon footprint or a lower one, then they cancel each other out. The roof is a flat. Your obligation is to say, okay, I understand that the scale of these buildings is alienating, but there's a number of factors that make this a requirement. And now tectonically, I'm going to start to make the buildings of the place, and they're not of the place. In my view. And the opportunities to make that happen would certainly be a little more consideration of a roof. And is the roof emblematic of the fire break? Are there things that start to add some eccentricity to the buildings in the same way, trees don't grow on grids, that kind of thing. So for me, a little more work into what the stance of the building would make it more convincing.
Okay.
Beate.
Yes, as I said in the midterm review, I think the sort of logic behind the project, I appreciate a lot. Sort of, it's been said already, taking what you harvest from the clearings and making something useful of it. I think that it's a very nice approach. I struggle a little bit with seeing what is your real interest, and I guess that it is sort of on a sort of urban planning level, because what I lack a bit is a deeper or maybe more open exploration of wood as a building material, because I think, and then I'm not talking about it in a sort of from a sustainability perspective, but almost of an emotional perspective. I think it is something very interesting in this landscape or in this situation, in this site, where one has been or one is struggling, of course, with the consequences of these large forest fires. And I guess then that wood as a building material is both very sort of, yeah, it can be both, it can be understood both as a very positive and good material in very many ways, but it can also be understood as an almost dangerous material, and it can remind you of where it comes from in a way, and the dangers connected to the fires. So I think I would have liked to see a much more sort of radical and sort of exploration of the building method and of the use of wood as a building material, sort of seeing how it could be expressed as a very appropriate material, or a very strong material, or something that is not just using traditional CLT and glulam construction. And I was thinking about Shigeru Ban's studies of large-scale wooden buildings, for instance, that they are something completely new, and you look at wood in a different way when you have seen his buildings. And I think maybe you look at wood in a different way if you have experienced the fires, the forest fires, and you move into a wooden building. I think that is there's something there which intrigues me a lot. And I don't see that aspect or that exploration in the building itself. So that is, but as it has been said, and as I started out saying, I really like the logic behind the project, and I think maybe that is where your main interest lies.
Thank you, Beate. I think everybody's made very acute observations. I am a little bit surprised that you've chosen this particular presentation method because it doesn't really get, it doesn't allow us to get to the core of all the things that you've covered. You know a lot more about this project than you were able to present in the very short 5 minutes. And this format with critics asking you questions and you answering, giving you answers, I think has been very useful for us to be able to see that you are actually in charge. However, I think the last comment that Bart has made gets to the core issue. I think you've come up with a logic, but you're not pursuing it with the degree of passion I think that you need in order to make it a convincing scheme for, you know, because this is a huge project. It's a huge change in culture for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. And you need to have a kind of a cultural position to convince others to join you in this very, very, very tough slog of urbanizing a place that has until now not been really an urban place. And so, you know, I think we'll talk further, but you know, Max, you're a talented designer. You've shown that in the earlier weeks of the semester. But in these last few weeks, you've been preoccupied with other things. I don't know what, and I just think that, you know, the kind of passion required to bring this to fruition is you know, is not really there. It's sort of at 70%, if that's my interpretation. So, but thank you very much, Max, and thank you, critics, for your comments. And we'll move on to Inna Pevsner now. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Hello. Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so hello everyone, I'm Ina, and my project deals with reviving urbanity in downtown Austin. So our studio focused on architecture where it's needed, and so when defining the need, I realized that downtown Austin really lacks urban feel to it. People don't really walk around downtown, streets are pretty empty, and I wanted to understand why. So I began my study with a demographic research of the city and projections of what it would look like in a few years. Who's going to live in it, where and how are they going to behave, commute and live. Sorry, this one's went too fast. I asked, where are the local businesses? Most of them are not in downtown. And by downtown Austin, I mean this area. Okay. And then I started to map out what takes up space in downtown Austin. I found out that a lot of it is taken out by parking lots and parking garages. Compared to offices, residential, and services, these garages take up a huge part of the downtown area. Around 10% are only garages, not even including the open parking lots. Okay. I noticed all these parking garages are empty most of the time. These create large void spaces that causes the walking around downtown to be a pretty dull experience and deter people from using them. This is my proposal. So the idea is to turn these garages into micro neighborhoods that include grocery stores, restaurants, theaters, health services, and other services, but also community gardens and green spaces. And I tried to spread them pretty equally across the area. So this is my chosen site, right in the middle, and it serves as an example for such intervention. Also, what I didn't mention is that there's a big opportunity for owners in such a transitions. As you can see, the average revenue per square feet for parking spaces, it's much less than any other use. This is the site. Looks pretty, I don't know, dull, empty. Oh, this runs too fast. But as you can see, this is a prime location, so to say. So I propose, instead of wasting all this real estate, to turn it into a vibrant neighborhood with coffee shops and bodegas on street level, green roofs, and community gardens on the top, and live workspaces in between. So these are the plans. For example, the ground level can have like a flower store, a bodega, a restaurant, a live work spaces, and the roof garden on the top. And the roof garden will have those textile structures that provide shading. So for those structures, I conducted a few studies on lightweight tensile structures, and I was very inspired by Frey Otto. Sorry. The tensile structure is meant to function as a membrane. It weaves through the building to connect the street and the building, drawing people inside. And so the lower part of the membrane shades the south and east facades, but also at the same time provides shading to the roof community garden. So it really sort of interweaves into the building. This is the street section. And this perspective shows that same place we saw earlier. And this is the roof garden. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Ina.
So I just have one question real quickly. Do you know what the floor-to-floor heights are of that parking garage?
Yes, it's 9 feet.
9 feet, and then you typically have about 2 feet of structural depth for parking garages. So you've got about 7 feet from floor to underside of structure on a typical floor.
Yes.
Okay. We'll let that one sit there for a while and come back to that, because I do think that is important in terms of how you intervene and adaptively reuse this thing. But one thing I'll say right off the bat, I really love the analysis that you did of downtown Austin. I don't think it's quite as dead as you think it is, but I do think that the agenda of mapping all the parking garages and all that infrastructure, and I think you could probably make a case that a lot of that is unnecessary in today's world and the future world. And so I really like the way you got to your project. I think that was quite well done. And I'll just sort of leave that there. And then I think the idea of sort of adaptively reusing a parking structure with, you know, a kind of multivalent programming and all of that is you know, quite a reasonable proposition. I think for me, the real question is, how do you go in and actually do that, right? And that's why I asked you the question about the floor-to-floor heights, because I think, you know,
get out of here and stop fucking with everything.
I don't know whose microphone that is, but that's rather entertaining. Like, you can't put housing in at least not legally, maybe conceptually, in a space that has only 7'6" of clearance, right? And so it suggests that you might have to go and intervene in the structural, let's say, infrastructure of the parking garage in different ways other than treating it as a set of programmatic sandwiches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. I really try to minimize my intervention with the building, just to show that, you know, we don't really need to do a lot, but that totally makes sense, what you're saying.
Ina, do you have a temporal aspect to your project, to your strategy?
I'm sorry, which kind of aspect?
A temporal or like a procedural, time-wise, like you showed now a set of drawings, or like you split now between analyze it, the status quo, and then you show like a proposition of completely turned building, no? With a new set of programs and so on. And I think in comparison of like what happens, how you come actually to this, no? It's I think it's very nice continuing typical gentrification strategies, like these box parks and whatever, like where we always like you begin in a way with a small architectural intervention, begin actually to indicate a new value, and where like buildings very quickly or structures therefore gets open on a real estate market through this. So you're in a quite interesting field. So like the procedural aspect becomes quite important then, no? Like, but also opens actually for being conscious about actually the recent history, how actually such renovations worked, or look at all the industrial kind of workings in Germany or mid-Europe, you know, like when you have these renovations, or that, or New York, whatever. So how actually as an architect to intervene actually critically, that it not turns into just like another like real estate kind of like opportunity for some large investors, and you really like create something communal.
Yeah, that's a good thing to think about. I guess time-wise, my approach was pretty like leaning more towards the developer side, because I tried to make a point. But I think definitely in further stages, I should go into a more into this perspective you were referring to.
Regarding the heights, the floor-to-floor heights, you did research the possibility of taking out alternate slabs, right? And I mean,
Yes.
there are variations in structural interventions. So just to answer that. David.
Talking about your architectural strategies of intervention, for me, were not clear these strategies, because you all show this yellow form in this section and also in the 3D images, but there is not a clear strategy of intervention. For example, Wilfried said right now that you are thinking to remove some slabs and stuff like that. It's not clear to see how are you planning to do this kind of intervention. I completely agree with you. And also in the midterm, the importance to think about this kind of hybrid in the American cities, because parking lots has a lot of urban area and very important places. But for me, it's not clear the architecture intervention. It's not clear how, because Dean has a question about housing there. Maybe if you have this clear strategy, we can see this housing there. But for me, it's not clear anything of the architectonic uses in your project.
Mm-hmm. I see. Yeah, I think that a big part of my project, actually about 50% of it, was actually the urban study. And I would definitely like to pursue more towards the architectural intervention. I honestly had very little time for this part, but yeah, point taken.
One of the issues that, you know, urban designers have been talking about relative to parking structures in downtowns is, you know, that they should be built with flat floor plates, and they should have a certain height so that they could be more easily adaptively reused, etc. I think one of the interesting things about the particular structure you've chose is that it actually is one of these sort of helix ones that has sloping floors everywhere. I think a section in the other direction would have been really interesting, you know.
Definitely.
And that's where you really begin to explore, are there modules of structure that get removed? How do things sort of step up with the slope? Does the slope actually act as a ramp? You know, there are all kinds of ways in which I think you could let the underlying sort of nature of the existing infrastructure kind of push the project along.
Well, INA had or has that section somewhere, but not in this presentation. So,
yeah.
Barry and Daniel and Beata.
So I'm looking at the section. I mean, I appreciate the dialogue between the membrane structure and the core concrete structure, and I'm still, I mean, in the precedent for me in a funny way are these New England mill buildings, you know, that took on a very different life in the 20th century, you know, when industry moved out of those areas and they became populated by businesses and people, and they were able to weather, and I think even I can't think of authors offhand, but this has been written about clearly, that how I think Aldo Rossi even talks about memory, and these buildings that have the capacity to withstand time and adjust themselves, right? There's a timeless quality to them. But the begging question here remains, and I brought it up last time, is, in a funny way, this building needs to talk about the evolution of the relationship of cars, right, in the city. And the building was initially, designed to accommodate vehicles. And I know you have a lot that you were trying to do, and you relegated the cars to the second story. It's a very difficult decision about really where they should go, right? The whole study could be just, but so I'm thinking about, okay, how does this anticipate the future of parking, whether mass transit and increase access to mass transit would reduce the number of cars. The change from gasoline powered vehicles to electric vehicles means cohabitating with cars in a building sort of changes a little bit, because you're not looking at toxins and all these other things. So the next step for me in this project is to be less apologetic about how cars coexist with the program in this building. And that's the part that it missed for me still. And in the same way that you kind of celebrate the way the membrane pulls the street up to the roof, I still feel that you have to, look squarely at how cars get to where they go and how that coexists with how the other uses occur in the building. And at the moment that you can represent that unapologetically, then I think you're getting somewhere. But still, I applaud where you've taken it.
Thank you.
Daniel or Beate?
I can go first. We saw this project in the midterm, and I think, well, I recognize some of the comments, and now I see more drawings and well done drawings, but I still see very much the same idea, and I think my comment on this project would be more about sort of the responsibility you have as a student to take care of and cultivate and make your ideas become believable. That is a very big responsibility, and it's only you who can do it in a way. And because when I start to when I hear the comments and when I look at what you present, there's either lots of questions that can sort of not be quite answered about heights, about the possibility of establishing housing inside this structure, and lots of very important questions, and about light probably, and also when I look at this yellow Fry Otto inspired structure, I don't see any structure there either. I just see a yellow form that goes from bottom to top, and maybe the first questions were too big or too difficult to deal with. Maybe they could have been left as an idea, but then I think you should have focused on the tensile structure and looked at how that could be done or how parts of it could be done. But I really miss a sort of serious study of how to solve a problem. It being structural, tectonic, about housing or an urban problem or really whatever, but to sort of take hold of it and make it your problem and try to solve it.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair comment. The areas where the scheme has succeeded, at least from my perspective, is the ground floor and the top floor, and the fabric remains. It was developed in the last few days or in the last 10 days. And if Ina and I discussed this, it was originally about how to urbanize the city fabric, how to make it walkable, how to make it attractive. And so the programs established at ground level are key to that. But also we raised this issue of, well, people aren't going to just walk around the city if they don't also live there. So then we raised the issue of live work, and how do you accommodate people in the city. At the same time, we discussed this issue of maintaining as much of the structure as possible, embedded energy and all that stuff, not destroying the structure and seeing what one can do with the existing structure. And I think that the point that Dean made is well taken. The height, floor to ceiling heights need to be there. I think it would be very useful to see the cross section, or the long section, as it were, because I think that there is an exploration of the bay units in relation to the structure. So the programmatic mix, I think, could work. Whether the actual areas that have been allocated are enough to make it economically viable, that's another topic. But I think that the fact that this becomes a mixed-use development is a key part of the urban program. And so what remains to be done, I think, is the exploration of structural alterations where they seem to be necessary. And as I said, there were some explorations, but they were left because we were concerned about the structural integrity of the structure as a whole, in taking out every second level, for the residential units. Anyway, that's that discussion. Daniel.
Yeah, I think the Fraiotto reference, I think, is intuitive, like he's on the right track. But when you look to Fraiotto's project, then interesting is that it's an urban project, no? Or actually a geographical territorial project, so which was intended for building lightweight structures that enables agricultural farming in deserts or in actually Arctic zones. So in inhabitable areas, no? Geographically inhabitable areas. So of course it never scaled up in that way, and it stayed on the architectural level, which was at best metaphorical. Not at best the Olympia Stadium, it's a nice symbol in the city, and it never was in a way continued as a project. With all actually is promise and this scientific research behind. So what I see here, what openings architecturally, that you say, okay, if it's an architectural project, so why it's not enabling within architecture, turning an inhabitable zone into something urban. So now you put it in also in the right place, that you do it there's this kind of always empty void core in this kind of parking garages, no? Between these ramps, because there's this in a way you need to rotate with a car, so you cannot use it at all, not functional at all, and you put intentionally there. But I missed the reference with, or the connection with some programs. So it could be a nice a start off for actually beginning to inhabit it, actually, this building. So why not putting this in a way, connecting this with urban farming? So instead of urban farming, you put there the vertical farms. You put there much more the kind of what needs or what's depending on an artificial climate, artificial lighting, and so on, and you use in a way a leftover void space from that building and so on. So I think there's you can easily with a narrative in a way connect this kind of structure as a kind of vehicle actually to inhabit it in a new way, these buildings. And the same you can also positively the kind of critique with the different slab heights. You showed nicely that actually the price for the area is 1/3 of a common kind of habitable space. So it means I can buy 3 times more area. So for 1/3, I take out now the height, or I take out some slabs, and then I have still like 50% more area to live in some lofty kind of space. Like just flip it around. Like it's, but of course, like that needs like a bit more work, or like another term and so on. But it's a nice, like the initial beginning of a project, I think, is completely in the right direction of how we should actually work on a city. Like it's a very nice proposition. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Ina also looked at urban farming, of course. So anyway, any final comments? Yeah, I think Ina, the really surprising aspect of the work is the initial analysis of Austin, and because a lot of people who've been to Austin see certain vibrant areas and they think, yeah, it's actually quite interesting, 6th Street and 2nd Street and Congress. However, the reality is quite different, and the suburban character of the city is in a way underlined by the fact that there are so many parking garages and surface parking lots. I think it would be very important for you to document the actual, or clearly document, I know you've calculated it, but you didn't actually show it as a figure of the actual proportion of surface area, because that, I think, brings home the drastic nature of the problem. And all the points that have been made regarding residential live-work accommodation, I think is an important challenge further to this particular study, to see whether there is a viability to mixed use. Because I do think that between the desire not to remove too much structure or to change things to extensive degree, and Daniel's reminder that if there is an economic calculation that says rental levels would still be relatively positive, even if you took out certain areas of structure, that I think is the right way of looking at how much one needs to, where you need to operate in order to make this thing work as a mixed use development. And I agree with you. I think that it's not a question of a city agency taking this on, but it is the free market realizing that these things no longer have a life expectation, and that it is part of a private enterprise transformation of the downtown area of Austin that will change the character of the city. So,
can I jump in 1 second, Wilfried?
Yeah.
So yes, I absolutely, and Daniel brought up the issue of gentrification, which I think is a big one. I think there's 2 kinds of parking garages in downtown Austin, right? There's the parking garage like this one, which are probably a vestige of sort of 1970s parking ratios and investment strategies, planning strategies. And then there's the more recent parking garages, which are sort of occupying the 2nd to 10th floor of recent high rises, being built, which is creating this sort of sectional gentrification in the city. And I actually think it would be interesting to begin to study the structure of the parking garage as a typology for, let's say, a shift in demographics, a shift in affordable housing, a shift in live work, a shift in all of these sorts of things, and not only study them in relationship to let's say an evacuated infrastructure like this, but also potentially what would happen if they were to intervene in these other parking garages that already are kind of sandwiched in between, let's say, a nod to retail at the ground and very expensive housing above. What's interesting is that the city of Austin, of course, has eliminated minimum parking requirements from the downtown, but the developers won't do it because they don't think there's a market for it. But in the future, I could easily see a condition where there are large vacant sections of blocks in downtown Austin kind of floating somewhere between the 2nd floor and the 10th floor all over the city that need a solution.
Yes, Dean, thank you. Thank you, Inna. Thank you, critics. And now we move on to Zoe.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Hello, can you see my screen now? Hello everyone, my name is Zoe. I'm a 2nd year urban design student, and my project name is Envisioning a New Future for the Austin Food System. So first of all, I want to use this diagram to introduce the concept of food system. As you can see, it's a very complex circular system with a lot of efforts from both natural resources, society and culture, and technical systems. So the need I was found at Austin is that the current food system in Austin is unhealthy. As you can see from the research, I found that only 1% of food is produced locally here. That means 99% of food need to be transported from other places, and a lot of waste will be produced by the processing and distribution process. And also 14% of waste was produced per day. That means a lot of waste will go directly to landfill when a lot of people in Austin still don't have enough access to food. So the answer is to sort the process and avoid unnecessary waste, encourage people to produce food locally and consume locally on the neighborhood scale. So this is the new system of my proposal of food system. So as you can see, I want to propose different ways of urban farming on different scale, the city scale, community scale, and the household scale. Also, there will be a kind of food center in the community which allow farmers and community to sell their product here, and the food will be consumed locally in the kitchen and communal restaurants. And the garbage produced here will go directly to the composting center, and the fertilizer can be used for urban farming again. So thinking about the scale of my community I want to target, I investigate in the Texas plot size, and my ideal model is a 100-acre community. So in the current food system, this community will consuming about 1,000 kilograms food per day. But within the new model, with a mixture of family farming, community farm, and urban farm, they will produce about 1,200 kilograms more food. That means they can achieve self-sufficient. So imposing this 100-acre community on the map of Austin, I can got that currently the market space and the urban farm space is not enough, especially in the north, south, northeast area. So I want to choose my site there as a trail community. So zooming to the site, it's currently 40 meters plus 70 meters vacant parking lot, and it's located in kind of the community center. There's 2 schools nearby and a church, and there is on the edge of the city green systems. That means it have a lot of potential to extend the community farming. So moving on to the design concept, Firstly, I was doing some sketches thinking of the human experience in the marketplace. Like I want the farmer's market to be along the street. It can be the most accessible place. And I want to create a central courtyard which allow people from the farmer's market, fish market, and the restaurants can have interactions through the courtyard. And I was thinking about using a veranda to connect different programs. So in the veranda, it becomes a people assembly place and activity happens here. So this is a sketch of my first plan. You can see the S-shaped veranda connects different programs, and it have a gutter on the side, helps to collect rainwater. So the rainwater will go to the central pond and used for the irrigation of the community garden. So this is the site plan I have. Totally, this place will have 3 different entrances. People can either entering this place through the main street to the fish market or the farmer's market. And also they can go into the secondary streets. There is a small road to guide people to the central garden. And the community garden kind of divides the main part of the program to the recycling center. So this is the site plan I have. And entering the fish market, this is mainly for sale the vegetables and fruits. And the back is the service facilities like cold storage and toilets and office. So what I think is interesting here is the back of the restaurant. The kitchen is at the central between the restaurant and the communication. So in the communication, people can also learn how to cooking from this kitchen. And zooming to the market hall, I just want to show the structure. Like I use metal roof and rubber wood frame to support the structure. And also this market hall itself is a 2 layers roof, and there's also another layer of roof of veranda added on. So when you're walking in the central of the market hall and the side of the market hall, the feeling is different. The central is like a very grand place to guide people, and the veranda is a very intimate place which have some seating area to allow people to have a rest. And this is the action I want to show. The other construction of the program, it's like similar to the market hall. I using wood frame and bricks to build the whole site. And also I want to show how the food system was applied here. Using this local food center, the distribution process was eliminated here, and the urban farming and community farming, the products can go directly to the fish market, and the family farming's product can be sold at the market hall. And also the food can be cooked just right here in the communication in the restaurant, and the garbage will be sent to the composting center, and it will be transformed to the fertilizer used back for the family farming, and also residents can pick up their fertilizer for their own gardening. And this is what the water system works. Like the side of the gutter of the veranda collects rainwater, and it will be purified into the central rain garden. And the water can be also used for irrigation of the community garden. And what I want to talk about here is that the community garden is about 300 square meters. It's the same size as I proposed for each single family to use. So this can be a kind of chill area to teaching the residents how to plant in their own backyard. So I want to show some sketches. Most are the views towards the central yard. This is the entrance condition of the main street, which you can see the connection between the fish market and the market hall. And this is the secondary entrance, which on the left is the restaurant, and there's a small courtyard. So people can sitting outdoor eating, and from this small stone road, they can go directly into the central yard. And this is a view from the veranda on the middle, which is upon the pond. So this can become a like activity space, which people will have a rest here, and they can enjoy the time sitting here. Yeah, and that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Comments, please.
I have an architectonic observation about the way that you use this veranda in order to connect the main spaces of your project. Maybe it's completely interesting, this space to connect the spaces, but you are taking out this recycling center or composting space. I know it's not easy to connect this kind of facilities to this project, but maybe if you see this project as part of the this space as part of the whole loop, it could be better. If the veranda also connect the composting center, maybe your project works really well, and maybe it could be works as nobody needs to enter in the composting center, but if the people walks around the veranda and saw all the process in the composting center, maybe you can create a kind of education facility there. Because if I see the whole process of composting, if I see the whole process of recycling center, maybe you take advantage with your project to create an education space, only seeing all of this whole process. In that moment, indeed, specifically in this image, the composting center looks like someone else in a second phase, not in the main phase. It's completely out of your whole system. And I think you can connect everything. You connect the market, the restaurant, all of the communitarian spaces, all of the exterior at the composting center. You can create a really powerful intervention, because the veranda is the best way that you found to connect the project. And you don't need to visit the restaurant or visit the fresh market, but you only move around this veranda, connecting the whole places. You can create a really good experience in your place.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
What happened there? Why you decide to disconnect this composting center? What happened in that moment when you are taking your architectonic decisions?
Yeah, because firstly, I think the composting center may have a bad smell. People don't want to go there. So I use the community garden, kind of divide the composting center and the main building. And so maybe I think using some greenery to like use as a buffer, so people won't directly go look at the composting center. But I think that makes sense. This can be transformed into an educational place, and maybe it's not all the things can composting here and connecting.
I think David made an absolutely spot on criticism there. Barry.
I'm looking at the veranda also, and I shared David's comment just in terms of, the integration of the composting center. But I was looking at that last rendering and how the veranda, I'm just thinking about the ground plane of the project, and that the veranda is elevated above grade, and even the fact that it's roofed, and even the fact that it's a little prescriptive about how you experience and move through the project. So I wonder a little bit of.
You're breaking up, Barry. Your sound is not. You're not communicating. Maybe we can come back to Barry. Oh,
Okay.
there you are.
You hear me all right?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
I'm sorry.
You just repeat that, please.
Yeah, I'm really talking about the ground plane of the veranda. I'm curious about the decision to elevate it above, you know, what's really the real business of the, you know, the ground plane where the farming occurs. And so this sense that it's kind of idealized, that it's covered and that it's kind of prescriptive to move you through. I was just, but primarily I just think the ground plane is such an important part of the project. And
something that Zoe didn't explain is that the pond flows underneath part of the veranda. So the veranda becomes bridge-like in that central portion.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's elevated.
Okay. I don't know, that's the thing that struck me, was just, you know, that the buildings are rather well worked out. There's a series of ways that the property is differentiated between different forms of farming and water. And I was just curious about how you balance the prescriptiveness of the veranda and how it moves you through versus how it can kind of respond to some of the conditions. But I mean, it's a very convincing scheme to me, I have to say.
Yeah, so firstly, I was looking at some Chinese courtyard and I become quite interested of the bridge floating on the pond. I think that's a quite different experience for people walking through the veranda. So also I want the pond kind of connecting the two sides of the community garden and the central courtyard. So I was come up with this kind of idea, let the pond, let the veranda floating upon the pond.
So I want to back out just a little bit because there is a certain sort of architectural accomplishment to your renderings and the way you sort of conceive the architecture, I suppose. One of the really interesting, one of my favorite farmers markets is actually in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And what's interesting about that is it's only the veranda and it's elevated. And what you do is farmers from around the countryside drive their pickup trucks and they back into the veranda and they literally sell stuff off the back of their truck. And then you walk, you know, on the veranda and you buy stuff from the farmers and then they drive away. So there's another model of market beyond sort of it's in a building. This one's closer to, say, the way Boggy Creek Farms in East Austin works, which is a really interesting one. And they have other sort of things besides prototype, you know, the chicken farming and all kinds of other things. But what's interesting about that one is that, you know, while they have agricultural fields there and they do have dinners and they have all that sort of stuff, the bulk of their produce comes from some agricultural farm outside the city. And it's so to me, it brings up some interesting questions between the first part of your analysis, right? The 100 acres and, you know, the need for this and what are the kind of metrics associated it. And then the jump to a site. Yeah, the jump to a site with a kind of, you know, sustainability, life cycle, et cetera, which I think is also, you know, pretty interesting. So I guess my instinct would be there's a middle ground I would love to see more of, right? Like when you get to the architectural part, it kind of disengages itself from its urban role a little bit. And so I wonder, like, why only 6 community gardens, right? I mean, if there's an agenda that like everybody's going to do this. So maybe there's a way in which the measure or the mathematics of land divisions in low density neighborhood, relatively low density neighborhoods in Austin work, right? It's not 100 acres, it's 40 acres, which then breaks down into certain sizes of blocks and you know, lots and plots and all those sorts of things. I think I would love to see, you know, since you are an urban designer, I think I would love to see more of the logic that sort of precedes the architecturalization of the project. And how much of this produce is actually driven in and comes from somewhere else, how much of it is grown locally, what's its relationship in terms of sort of the larger sort of productive ecosystem that you're meaning for this to be a part of?
Yeah, I think that is interesting that I can transform this ideal type into different kind of community and see what will happen there.
Thank you, Zoe, for your project. And I mean, I enjoyed the most like your initial research and the proposition, which is super strong. That it's more like a typological project that you develop a new model for the city. And I mean, you begin and you say, I want radically to cut out traffic and waste in relation to food production, or like, let's say like to eating, or like to eat. So, and I wonder how much like with this proposition you can actually push like your architectural concept, because so far like you produce like just from program like spaces which are quite common. Like for example, like I'm still have a common shop. So like a lot of waste, for example, is produced because people just simply buy too much.
Yeah.
And then cut out a lot of stuff, or like they throw a lot of stuff by cooking away. So if it's anyhow communal and relates to certain surrounding, or in a certain, also what is with the walking distance. So then it comes next, like why not having a communal kitchen itself? So what kind of impact it would have, or what kind of incentives I could give in a way that I cut out even more waste, that in a way have in a way like a form of a restaurant, which in a way begins to cook, or has a certain kind of relation between farming and cooking and so on. There are precedents like I think the most famous, because Bjarke Ingels built it, the Noma restaurant in Copenhagen, which deals with a kind of like cooperative, like living / like cooking model.
Yeah,
And
we looked at that, but you won't be with us in the afternoon, where one of the students had actually studied that. But Zoe does have a communal kitchen or a communal restaurant that's part of her program.
Yeah, so I was thinking like when people finish buying things in the farmer's market, they can just bring their own vegetables to the communal kitchen, so they can directly cook in there.
But why then it's still like divided between like a shop and the kitchen? Why not like I can directly cook in a shop? Like what is really like, what is the potential from that for a program? Like now already like Amazon and so on, or like Whole Foods already goes in that direction, that you have not only cooking, but it's also going to the next step. I mean, I pay paperless, I pay like contactless. So not like the same is like with the production. Like Whole Foods is a good market because like they already produce, or they have now stores where they produce actually on the top. So it can be also as an urban model. It's actually it's much more evil in a way, like how it really unfolds that kind of communal concepts in a real city, or in large scales. So like how you did you look at this?
Yeah, I was looking at some like reference. A lot of communication happen now is that they combine the marketplace with the kitchen. So, but what I want to propose here, I think it's different, because I want to intentionally divide the program, so I can use the veranda to connect them together and create it's not in one building, but in the kind of, you can also engage with nature, and also you can go outside, but it's still on one side, it's close to each other.
Okay, Beate.
Yes, I'm sitting here wondering how to approach this. I enjoyed the project. I think it had developed quite nicely from the midterm, and somehow I think you present a very, in many ways, a complete project from initial analysis to an architectural proposal. I have enjoyed the comments because they have in a way been about, maybe radicalizing is not the right word, but about taking the idea further or clarifying the idea even sort of to a larger extent. I think all the comments are sort of relevant and appropriate, and I keep thinking about the situation you are in when you are a student. You have a passion maybe, and you have an interest, and you pursue it, and then sometimes you get an idea of what it should end up with, what should the result be, and in this case it was this community center, and maybe it could have been something else. Maybe it could have been a store and a restaurant combined, or possibly and probably the recycling center should have been part of the cycle as it was suggested. But what interests me is this, or it's just an advice maybe, that one should stay open and let the idea of a project really grow as far as it could. Sort of not settle or not decide where the project should end too early in the process. Because even though this project has become architecturally much better than it was in the, and actually quite good, I think, and much better than it was in the midterm, it's sort of still quite the same project. And maybe if you had taken the idea of sort of individual farming or this sort of low threshold sort of commercial idea, maybe if you had let that take in your architecture even further, maybe it could have been a more original project, maybe. But I think it's very nice.
Thank you. I think Beate's comments are interesting insofar as they are leveled at a scheme that has risen to a certain quality. And needless to say, I'm not giving away too much, that it has been quite an effort on Zoe's behalf, and also a little bit helped by me to get it to this position. So first of all, I would like to underline the fact that it's a tremendous achievement, Zoe, that you have brought it to this level of conclusion. It really is for someone who's not normally designing buildings, right? You're an urban designer, and urban designers don't normally deal with structures, with trusses.
Wow,
with
that's a hard
overhangs,
process.
right?
Yeah.
So you have learned a tremendous amount in 8 weeks, where 8 weeks ago you were not an architect, you were an urban designer with an analytical mind, a very clear programmatic idea, but you were beginning to look, or you had looked at other images of community, of villages and things like that. But these were images. And I remember the first meetings that we had, which were all about roofscape. And if you cast your mind back to those early days, 6 weeks ago, you were all over the place. So it's like a quantum leap that you've made. And I'm very happy to see that you have made that, and that everybody is talking to you as if this is a project by an architectural student. You are becoming one, but you don't have that background, right? So, and all the topics that David and Beate and Barry have mentioned, I think this is absolutely helpful in saying, to have an idea and to make it coherent and to make it strong, I think it is a long process, and it requires a lot of thinking and a lot of work. You're not completely there, but you've taken it a long way. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, critics. And we move on to the last student in this morning session, Julia, please.
Yeah, hello. Just let me share the screen. Okay. Yeah, so my name is Julia, and my project is a school in Uganda. And the aim of the project is to provide a better education to the young population of the Bidi refugee camp, and by giving them an opportunity to access a high quality school infrastructure that accommodates activities both during and after school hours, as well as promoting community interactions and their participation in the construction process. So currently, Uganda faces major challenges to provide education for children due to issues with funding, inadequate facilities, and constantly increasing numbers of refugees escaping violence in South Sudan. And in total, it's 1.5 million people, including the largest number of children in the world, around 900,000. And while average refugee spends 10 years living in a refugee camp, these children grow up and they need and deserve both proper education and kid-friendly spaces. So as you see here, Bidi refugee camp is the biggest in the country, and Zone 5 of the camp is the newest and less developed infrastructure. And if we calculate all the numbers, there are 14 schools needed and only 2 exist. So there's a huge need in schools, and that's exactly where my project is going to be located. And there is a map of main existing facilities, including 2 schools marked green, and also hospitals, and in pink, possible sites for schools, mainly placed near access to water. And the study of climatic conditions of the sites show like specific sun path, which is mostly overhead, and average temperatures that are pretty even around the year, and approximately 85 degrees, and with a light breeze from the west. So it's pretty pleasant to be outside. And as a response to that, the project would maximize the outdoor shaded spaces and allows movement of the air inside the buildings, and also will incorporate rainwater harvesting. The local materials and traditional construction techniques are used to provide affordable buildings that are environmentally friendly and also familiar to the community. The main materials are laterite stone, clay tile, and bamboo for the shading structure. And the school includes 28 classrooms with the capacity of 15 kids, a teacher's office, a library, dining area, a playground, and educational gardens. The building's layout is inspired by traditional settlement and composed around courtyards with a variety of both shaded and open spaces, and elementary and secondary schools inhabiting 2 separate blocks with a common dining area and a library in between them. There's also a playground over here for kids, and communal plaza with the water feature. This is a courtyard perspective, and in my project, courtyards are composed by classes of students of different ages, so it creates like richness of social interactions for them, and edible gardens perspective. So the idea is that these student gardens would provide environment for curiosity and help educate students about sustainable farming methods, which they could interact on a daily basis. And the section cutting through the classroom over here, and also going forward, cutting through the open space for the playground. And here are perspectives of the playground on the top. You can see the classrooms on the background, those perspective of the plaza with the acts like a water feature, which allows access for both community and kids to the water, and also at the back, shaded under the trees, just a nice area for to relax. So each classroom layout accommodates 15 students, as I said. They vary in size according to the need, like of the group age, bigger for the older students, and also just thinking about the like activities more group-like for the younger kids, and more individualized kind of work format for the secondary school kids. And these sections give you like a first look at the structure of the classrooms. The vaulted, you can see the vaulted ceiling and the bamboo structure for the shading. The overall, there are two types of structures in the project. They're similar in materials, but like formally and spatially different. They both have tile roof, but in the first, in classrooms, there are load-bearing laterite walls and just simple tile vaulting going from one wall to another. And then there are a second structure that is library and dining, and it's laterite columns and the double curvature Catalan wall spanning for the roof. And the unique features of that Catalan wall and why it was chosen for the project is just how thin and light it is, and it's achieved by the interlocking several layers of tiles and the fast drying mortar, and which all together create plenty of structural strength to allow bigger spans and just spatially more open floor plans that is needed for common areas such as dining and library. And this is a view to the dining building from the playground. And the interior condition, and you can see those walls and the bamboo screen going around to maximize the air movements inside. And moving to the next building, this is a section of the library. And similar to the dining structure, it has Catalan walls, and also you can see in the middle, it frames the entrance to the school, and also it steps down to the plaza with the water feature. And just again, overall, the scheme of the school focuses on making like education in Uganda more accessible by utilizing local materials and embracing vernacular architecture. This is also allows to create buildings that fit within African context and encourage community interactions and participation in the construction process, and possibly allowing for like further extension by the communities itself with like in regards to the growing need in schools. And yeah, this is my last slide.
Thank you, Julia.
Mm-hmm.
Comments, please. Beate, how about you going first?
Yes, I can go first. It's nice to see the project again. I enjoyed it on midterm, and I enjoy it still. there's probably very many things one can say here. It's a great problem you have chosen, I think. And it's what I think is nice about choosing that problem is that it so clearly requires an architectural response. So I think that is a good place to start. I also think that you have a lot of sort of energy to give to the discipline, and I think that is very, very nice. The structure has changed a little, or at least it has become more detailed. I don't remember exactly how it was at midterm, but I don't remember the Catalan vaults. And in a way, to begin with, in the beginning of the presentation, I was thinking, there's lots of renderings here, but will she ever get to the structure? And you did, yeah. Which was nice. I must say that I'm not 100% sure that everything works. That is, maybe it seems to me that you might need some, not buttresses, but there seems to be some forces going out some places where they would need some support. But I think I have only one sort of critical comment, and that has to do with the amount of buildings, or the amount of space, or the amount of structure, because there is, of course, you started out saying that in Bidi Bidi there's a need of 14 schools, and they have 2. And so I think that, or I would guess that a certain, a very careful sort of evaluation of how much is needed to be built in order to achieve what you need. I think I think maybe that has not been such a strong sort of sort of motor in your process. It's been the joy of making these very beautiful courtyards and this dream of these terracotta and stone structures, and I really appreciate that a lot. But I always want to believe in what I see. I want to believe in what you guys present, and I think the only thing I sort of cannot quite believe here is that one would build so much in one school. So a certain soberness, could you maybe say, or sort of a little bit sort of self-criticism maybe would, I think, be useful in this project to make it even stronger.
If I can intervene here briefly, because we did discuss many options also with other students facing similar issues. What kind of credible roof construction can one make out of clay, out of brick? And the preliminary research that we conducted in the second phase of the studio led us to, or allowed us to realize that there are incredible technologies. The Catalan vault, the Guastavino vaulting systems are just amazing, simply because they know how to glue thin elements to another in mid-air without any kind of substructure. As long as you get the right dryness of the tiles and the right wetness of the mortar, that works. And you can make a double or treble skin tiled roof and people stand on top of it, right? it can bear incredible loads. So these things are sort of not normal to us thinking about, us in the kind of northern hemisphere involved in trabeated construction, right? Because we have lost that connection to vaulted architecture. So I just would like you to believe that there are things like that.
Wilfried, I do believe in the Guastavino vaults. It's not the choice of structure. I am sort of questioning, it's the amount of it. That it's, and the sort of sometimes maybe also the double roof structure, the bamboo structure. Well, it was just a comment,
Okay.
but it seemed to me to be a lot of building.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, this is already a half kind of like structure that is needed, because I basically divided it by two by saying that half of the kids will study in the morning, half of the kids will study in the evening. So basically, instead of making building for 780 students, that was like in the beginning, this one accommodates 380. So basically the amount of structures already kind of limited to like 300 kids. Just I was yeah, I mean, I completely get what you're saying, but I was kind of also trying to minimize. Yeah, but I guess it could be like developed more.
But it's a good answer. Yes. I'll leave it
Barry, David, Daniel, and Dean.
You hearing me okay for starters? Okay.
Yes.
So I think the project is, lends itself to a lot of discussion because it's developed programmatically and it's developed tectonically. And so I guess I'll focus my two comments on two extremes. I mean, in terms of program, I accept you as the expert. I couldn't really take issue with the research or how you've approached it. But I look at it more as in some ways a prototype for, what can be learned from this and how can it apply to the solution for all the other schools that are required there, right? Does it, and to Beata's point, does it come off as so ambitious that it might inhibit the thought of building more of them, right? How can it be reduced to a point that it feels repeatable, though, perhaps different in every location? So, but I accept the premise and I accept the program and I can see the thought into it. On the other extreme, in terms of the details, I mean, I'm just remembering your renderings from the midterm, and I'm remembering maybe some comments that I had made about some tectonic issues, and I see how you've advanced it in terms of the research you've done that resulted in the vaults. And funny reference for me is I was thinking about Louis Kahn's Salk Institute and the way that he uses wood for the fenestration and the panels inside of the concrete, and he evokes the process about how the buildings are made, right, in terms of wood having a role, right? When you build a concrete building, you build two buildings, right? You build the forms, you pour the concrete, you remove the forms, and he's talking about that process. And here, if I understand it correctly, the bamboo plays a role in terms of the staging and the temporary structures that allow for the construction of the masonry. And so the inversion that you've done by then reintroducing them as shading elements is very powerful. And, so I could start to take issue with whether the bamboo structures are believable in terms of the density and their capacity to span, and things that I see in the renderings. But again, these are fine points relative to the scope that you've taken on. The last rendering, the one you ended with, is the one where I started to get, not this one. There's one where you see some posts coming down inside the vaults. Yeah. Here on the left, there's kind of an awkward introduction of bamboo posts within the subdivided vaults. To me, obviously, it would be much more powerful to be able to get the bamboo to span across those. If you could have fewer columns and a lightness to the bamboo, but these are fine points to me. I think the fact that you've been able to get this kind of breadth in a project in the course of time that we've seen, and the project's developed a lot. So I'm pleased with where you've taken it. I think where you can develop it further, but I hope those comments are helpful.
Yeah, for sure.
When I I have no critics too. It's so pleasant to see your presentation. What I saw different from the midterm to now is, for example, you have a big progress in the exterior areas. In the beginning, of course, there was courtyards, and you are trying to organize the whole program with these courtyards. But now you propose so many uses, and I like a lot to see so many uses of these courtyards. There are not only green areas. They have so many different uses, and I like a lot to see this kind of process, this kind of progress. Also, the structural part, of course, I have no idea if it works well or not. I have so many doubts about if you need two different system of constructions of the vaults. But what I saw is, if you are working, for example, this project in order to be built in the certain future, you are quite ready to move forward with this project with the advisors. You are ready to discuss your project with a structural engineer, and you're ready to discuss your projects with the landscape advisor too. So for me, your project is in the perfect place to begin to open to all of the many advisors that any architect need in order to make it happen, this kind of project. So congrats.
Yeah. Just in a comment about like two different types of the walls. I mean, like, of course, I was in the beginning, I was trying to go kind of with the simpler, more like, I don't know, kind of just functionally, like simple and constructionally simple wall. But then when we came into the designing of like dining areas and the library areas, just thinking about that, especially like need a little bit different conditions than the like regular just vault could allow us. Like, the idea of the Catalan came and that it stands only on the 4 columns, and just like I couldn't go with the same construction type that was used for the classrooms, just by the space that is created, and that's how like the second one kind of came in.
Yeah, I said that because it looks, when you have, I don't remember very clear what image, but you have the two kind of bolts in the same image, and looks like, for example, that one project was done in one period, and then you have a next phase 5 years, 5 years after, and it's not the best image for the whole project. Maybe I try to find only one way to build and try to achieve the small span.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
This one, for example, you don't have a clear in the right. In the right, you have these two views of the construction system, and that creates a little bit of noise. But I think when you are developing a structural and design with an engineer, you can try to find maybe a hybrid, or maybe you just want one option. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a really good approach.
Dean and Daniel.
I mean, I think you've gotten some really good criticisms. Mine, similar to the others, sort of go to the tectonic questions and then the urban questions. So for me, yes, I think that the magnitude of the proposition as one singular intervention is a question as to whether this is the prototype, or should there be 10 of these distributed throughout the entire refugee camp. And then there are other conditions of programs. So, one of my favorite schools is actually the Bijvoet open air school. And one of the reasons why in Amsterdam, one of the reasons I like it, because it isn't just about teaching. It also, it's a place where children who don't have hygienic opportunities at home can come to the school and get, fresh water, and can take a shower, and can hang up their coats in a steam pipe and get it all warm. And so the question for me is that, is it only about a school, or does it play other roles? I mean, a school for children, or does it play other roles? And could those roles have to do with providing the kinds of resources for refugees that they don't get in their normal sort of encampment locations. That would be sort of one aspect of it, right?
Yeah.
I think, you know, sort of following towards the sort of Bóveda Catalan thing, I think, you know, here in Texas, the architect O'Neill Ford did a house with Bóveda Catalan roofs. And the way he pulled that off is he was able to bring in a Catalan mason and get a work permit for him by saying that he was actually going to give classes in how to build this kind of construction. And it brings up interesting questions that I know, like the Aga Khan Foundation, interested in, which is there a way of sort of teaching trade as well, in terms of the different sort of Sempian, you know, construction techniques that are being used to make this school? You know, teaching people how to build from bamboo, teaching people how to make mud bricks, and where do you make those? Is there a landscape of making mud bricks? So I think the school itself, I love the quality of your renderings. Yeah, the intersection of the two tectonic systems is problematic, but I love the quality of your renderings. I love the agenda. I love the idea. It's very evocative. I think it addresses a real problem. I want to push the sort of social agenda of it a little farther beyond just sort of classrooms, you know.
It's totally makes sense. And I guess in the beginning it was in the mind, you know, like, but yeah, somehow it just probably wasn't really enough time to go that deep. But it for sure, like for me, it's really important kind of like idea, you know, like, so maybe, yeah, it for sure could be implemented in the project.
Daniel, please.
Yeah, I can just second Dean's comments. Actually, by congratulating you, Julia, like it's a wonderful crafted projects on all scales, or like the quality of the renderings is just beautiful. And I think, like, at best, of course, like a project is the best that speaks for itself, or when it opens actually new thoughts. So like that actually, this thoughts what Dean speaks about, like how it relates back with your initial proposition. So then this project doesn't look anymore like a temporal kind of like improvised a camp structure. No?
Yeah,
I think is one of the most important aspects that, I mean, refugee is, I mean, there's a, what I like, there's a certain, it opens up that there's a different view on what actually a camp is, actually not a camp. There's actually a different, maybe a different form of a city, or like, or we should completely different think about actually what's actually happening with more and more people, or like what's with climate crisis, when we talk about estimated like hundreds of millions of people moving through territories. So it's clear that we need a completely new urbanism, also a new way of thinking actually buildings and building structures, but not as something temporary, but really as yeah, like how you do now, you know. And it's just like, of course, when you show the numbers that actually 2/3 of the inhabitants of this part are actually kids. So that means it's not at all a normal school. It's really here, I mean, it's a replacement from family, I guess. Or like, you're actually scratching, or you're touching like a very important or very sensible kind of questions, or what you're opening with is up. What this kind of school actually is, for sure, is much more of a school. And I would just wish that you would not, maybe like just redo the renderings, don't show the interior as a kind of front teaching, as we were a post-war kind of teaching environment to begin with. You know, like that's, I think the space architecturally is everything there. is maybe just a representational thing for later for your portfolio. You present the project, that these aspects can be easily, I think, embedded. Yeah, congrats you on this project.
Thank you.
Yeah, Julia, I think you have really transformed this from midterms into a scheme, and I think David's comments are a true accolade, you know, that it's ready to be built. Not in exactly the way that you're proposing it, but it's ready to be taken seriously by other colleagues. So that's one level of accomplishment. The other level of accomplishment, I think, which is much more important, is that you have taken this topic absolutely seriously in a way that has created a place for people that I think treats these people with the respect that they deserve. And so this is a place that is able to provide people with a sense of location and a sense of, you know, belonging, which is an incredible achievement, given the fact that they are refugees. So I think that, you know, the perspectives are very evocative. There are many things we can discuss, but we won't because it's beyond that. We have talked many hours about certain things, but I think that the lasting contribution that you've made to the studio and to the topic is that you're bringing a sustained level of passion and commitment to this, and I think this is really something for which you should be congratulated. So thank you very much, Julia.
Thank you.
We will now take a break of half an hour, and I'd like to thank Daniel and Dean for joining us. Yeah, so you've seen a third of the work, and I think it's been a good cross-section of what students have been able to do in 8 weeks, right? We should remember we had 4 weeks of playing around, messing around, discussing, and actually 8 weeks of designing something as complex as these things that you've seen. So thank you, and we'll see each other in half an hour.
See you all.
Simon, welcome.
Greetings. I hope you're well, Wilfried.
I am. It's a little dark and gloomy and cold outside, but it's also pretty cold in Austin.
Same here. It's snowing here.
Really?
A little unlike London, but yeah, and going dark at 4 in the afternoon. But so be it.
Well,
one day we shall return.
Yes. Let me introduce you to Beate Hölmerbach from Oslo, from the practice
Hello,
Beate has been teaching at Oslo School of Architecture, and she has a thriving, if small, practice, but her work is worth looking at on her website. And we're also joined again by Barry Price, who has a practice in upstate New York in Bearsville and has been building numerous well-crafted and sustainable houses in the Hudson Valley.
Excellent.
And we met for the first time some years ago at the Graduate School of Design. So that takes us all back a little bit.
Yes.
Simon Atkinson is a professor for community and regional planning and has been involved with community design and urban design in Stockholm, Freiburg, Austin, and other places. So he comes to Austin as an experienced urban designer also in practice in Austin. Kevin Alter is also joining us for this second session. You've all met each other, right, at the first, at the interim review. So I don't think I need to introduce him. I think we're complete. Or wait a minute. Yes, we are complete. So we can start with Maimona.
Hi.
Hello, Maimona.
Hi. Okay. Hi, my name is Muna, and my project is a school in Iraq, South Iraq. So my site, it's Iraqi marshes, are a wetland area located in South Iraq. And between 73 to 2000, this area gets too dry due to the political reason. And this caused people to move from the site, from the city to another city. So I'm designing a school to try to bring back people and give a better education to the kids. And in this right here, it showed the existing school. It's made of mud, no roof, no window, no electricity, and it's very bad environmental space to live in. So moving to the zoom more in my site. So my site, it's located between two rivers for multi-purpose with the empty surrounding land for possible expansion in the future to housing more students. And so these two picture right here, it's a show you my site right here. So looking this way and moving to the climate. So as I say, the challenge was how to design a school and taking into the account the limitation of area and the ecological impact of construction and also the climate. So the climate for my site, it's a very dry and hot. And right here, it just showed the temperature. So the highest temperature, it's 120 Fahrenheit. So this give me idea about what I want to design, how to protect the student inside my space. And I run a couple of simulation to my site just to get exact number for the heat gain coming from each facade. So for example, on my south facade, I gain like 2,700 heat per year, and moving to the north, it's less. And the other environmental issue was the wind. My site, it's a very windy. It's almost like a 30 mile. That's wind speed. It's like 30 mile per hours. So I run another simulation to my program to see how wind move between my spaces and ventilate the classroom and move between the double skin I'm using for my in my project. So this is just the early stage of experimenting different idea what I want to do, like how the shape of the roof and the system I'm using. So the material. All material, it's a local material. So it's available and cheap. So for my wall, I'm using the rammed earth, 2 feet thick, to provide enough cool inside my classroom and the program. And for my first roof, I'm using the brick material to make this Nubian vault, and bamboo for my framing system, and the reed material, reed mat, to use it for secondary roof and also for screen. And I looked to some example, to many examples, sorry. But these 2 example was really good in Africa. So it's exact same climate and local material, double skin roof, and also double skin wall. They use bamboo screen as a secondary system. So this is exploded accent for my structure. So the design incorporates sustainable design strategy to maximize renewable resource. And also my school is completely built inside using local building material and with the 21st century technique. And this will minimize the construction time, and also it reduce the material that need to be delivered to my location, and easier repair and for future expansion. So double roof, double skin, and also the other thing I add, it's a geothermal flooring. I used, since there is a big difference in temperature between the ground and my river, so I'm running some pipe from the river to bring the cool water in my floor to cool the spaces. Sorry. So here, I was playing with the layout of my program in my on my site. So I done a lot of variation between boring design, between a standard, between symmetrical shape of my program, and rotate, and to see which one, which design I can really get enough sunlight and natural ventilation inside of my program. So the last one here was the most efficient way. So, sorry. So moving to my site plan. So people arrive to my site by river, which is 90%. People use a boat to transport in my site, but also there is 2 main, not really main street, secondary street here. Also people can arrive by car. So you are, and I have wall surrounding my school for protection. So people arrive in this corner, moving to the administration and also clinic to check the kids and move through the space. I have 2 group of classroom on both side, one on east, one on west side. So different group of student has a different outdoor spaces. And I bring the water into my project to try to cool the courtyard or plaza right here. And the sport hall, this is supposed to be covered, but I didn't cover it because just try to show all structure here. So since it's very hot, kids need to play under the cover. Okay, so this is just a 3D view to my site, to my program. It's very easy to move between spaces, and right here it show all the screen I am adding as a secondary walls, you can say, and also some shading devices here and the tree to provide enough shade since it's very cool, very hot climate. And this is just my floor plan. Show my program, administration, some workshop, and cafeteria, and the library. So most like a main program in my center here, this bar and classroom on both side. Another section, I cut 2 sections, but unfortunately it didn't cut a lot of my space because most of these spaces are shifted. So I got right here, I got just 1 space was cut. So let me just zoom in. So this first section, it show my my double roof skin with this framing system, and it's all slope. And so this is the cross section showing all my vault, which is my first roof system, and all this very dark right here. I can zoom more. It's my bamboo, my reed screen right here. And all this vault was covered with another kind of screen just to protect from mosquito, dust, and I'm sorry for, it's a huge file. So I zoom in one particular section just to show more details on the structure or the framing system I'm using. And here just looking on this area, this is a view. And the last thing, it was my rendering. So my pool, and this is the library and some sitting area. This afternoon provides some kind of shade right here. And it's also a cooling area because I have water. And this is looking inside of one of my courtyard. It's shaded very well, but in this rendering, for some reason, it's not showing enough. But it's really protect, especially afternoon. Most this is covered very well, so student can sit here and read and eat and enjoy. And this view just show the walkway between my round earth wall and the bamboo screen. I'm providing student can sit here, study, and also moving from a space to another space. And here's another view for my site. And that's it.
Thank you, Maimona. Comments, please.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to jump in if no one else wants to start. It's a lovely scheme, Maimona.
Yeah.
There are many things that are lovely about it, including just the overall kind of intention of this kind of institutional building doing good in the world. It seems like one needs more things like this in general. And so I applaud you for that. From my perspective, as much as there are kind of many things that speak in favor of the project, there were a few things that I was, I guess, had some questions about, and they were on a couple of different levels. The first has to do with the overall organization of the building. And as much as I appreciate how much effort you've spent towards solar orientation, and I presume a similar organization that has to do with wind and breeze, there are other elements of the design that are starting, but aren't yet, shall we say, playing a large enough role in the overall organization. And in particular, what I'm referring to, actually, I can't annotate, but I like very much the way there's a central, shall we say, water feature, like it's the central space of your scheme, and the library is right off of that in a kind of fairly special and important spot, which makes sense. And I feel like ideas about the overall identity of the school that might start from the entry and might continue with some sort of an axial condition, or the ways in which, shall we say, the non-classroom buildings help to organize the campus in some sense of hierarchy. Right now, they're kind of placed in a way that seems much more oriented towards, environmental factors. And I think that hierarchy of a center and an entry to give some sense of the overall institution seems like it would be important. Right. Similarly, I feel like right now I like very much having the ramada, the hat over the buildings that helps to shade them. But it seems to me that there's a one-to-one mapping of the shade structure on top of the individual building block. And I don't really understand why that would necessarily be the case. To me, it seems like it might be more interesting to imagine that shade structure extended beyond the individual buildings and helped to create more, shall we say, continuous walkways, maybe an entry condition, something like that again had to do with the larger identity of the institution. And there are things about it right now that are a little bit ignoble, like having to go through the parking lot to enter into the building is I would say not up to the ambitions of the larger institution. On a more sort of small scale, like if that's about the overall organization, I also had some questions, particularly about the detailing. And I understand you haven't spent a lot of your attention on that, but I like very much these sort of three systems that you're using: the vault, the rammed earth, and the bamboo. The bamboo in particular, when you start to see it rendered, like the last image that you had put up, it begs the question of the joint, right? Like, because I don't think the bamboo will intersect with one piece into another the way you're suggesting it in these images, like a steel structure or a timber structure that's got some beautiful Japanese joinery. And it seems like that's an opportunity for architectural ambitions to show up at a small scale. Similarly, bamboo tends to come in smaller lengths. Well, some of them I know are 30 feet long, but you have some fairly long spans, particularly in the larger shading structures. And it seems like how pieces are joined together, how they're joined to each other when they go perpendicular to each other, and then also as they meet the rammed earth or the vaults. It seems like that's an opportunity for a more specialized kind of joint that could maybe demonstrate some of the architectural ambitions that you have with the project.
Thank you, Kevin. Maimona, do you want to address some of those issues, or shall we go on with other comments?
No, I like his comment. Yeah, the joining issue. I didn't show a lot of details on joining because it's just so much details, and these bamboo already make my file so big. So I try to ignore it. But I know in mid-review I show how join happened, but sorry, I didn't include it now.
The only thing I would just add is that if I remember correctly, the institute that Fry Otto runs or ran published, I remember, quite a beautiful book about the various and sundry ways in which bamboo might be joined to itself. And it's a pretty extraordinary treatise, and it just seems like it might be a kind of thing worth studying when you're working with such elemental materials and construction conditions. I think the moment where they touch each other, where they come together, is also an expressive moment that gives some sense of the identity of the overall.
Yeah.
So, Barry.
I mean, I would echo Kevin's comments in terms of, I mean, in looking at the site plan and then looking, zooming right into the detailing. I mean, there were a couple of things that stuck out. That the buildings seem very kind of resolved in terms of each building itself. You know, you've taken your system and you've applied it, and you have your kind of kit of parts of the bamboo and the vaults and the overhead structure. But I think what I'm looking for is some more interpretation of that palette as you move through the buildings. It's very insistent, so each building in a way doesn't gain a lot from its adjacency to another building. And it really struck me when you have one rendering in the courtyard, I think the one that we were looking at for a while before, when I'm looking at the rammed earth facades, and I understand the openings are, I would imagine, are sized relative to the encouragement of wind flow through the buildings, but I mean, sort of the dumb way to put it is they look like the back of the buildings relative to the courtyard. They don't feel to me like they're responding to the courtyard in a way that they're made whole by their relationship to it. So my larger comment would be, I understand the buildings individually, but I don't understand, I think their relationship to each other needs development.
Yeah, that was the main issue, how to connect these buildings on the center, to connect them to each other. So I'm sorry, I did my best to solve it, but it didn't work.
You've taken it very far, but those are what I see.
Yeah, there is something weird between these three. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Simon. I have a number of points, but I'd like to ask you a question first. Where do the children come from, and how do they get to school?
So they coming by boat, and there I can show here. So this is my site. I can zoom here more. So there is a couple of houses right here and far from here, this side. So they come by boat to my site. I don't know if I'm including some pictures over here. So.
No, that's really intriguing.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, this is a remarkable landscape, not all that far from Basra.
Right.
And I'm asking that because I'm going to take a different slant to begin with on Kevin's point, and then I want to talk about environment for a moment. It could well be that you are considering a very different attitude to entry. So let's look at the site plan for a moment. I probably would be finding a way to nix the parking. I think it's really not helping you. And in most cases, architecturally, we're looking for senses of gateways and legibility. And you could argue that this could be more of a filtration approach into the scheme. So it's more the whole scheme as a landscape. So picking up on Kevin's point and loving the opportunity of bamboo, and knowing that the heat sink effect that you have here is tremendous, it could be that that becomes the main point of legibility, this reaching out to the water and diminishing the impact of this border road, so that there's much more of a psychological integration with the water. And there is a move amongst primary schools of much more trust of the children, rather than being in protected bunkers, that they're actually, in a sense, flowing to school and starting when they're ready to, and that characterizes the spaces. So in coming to, I think I have two main points. One is that the more that you can cover the outdoor surfaces, I think it's going to help. And it could be that the articulation is a combination of these bamboo canopies, and maybe the fact of some of them being angled might well be a measure of hierarchy and the particular in the scheme that you could draw out a little further. But I really do think you've got a handle on a lot of the scheme. You should take the the ability of ground source water really seriously. It works. And the fact that you could have a very cost-effective way. I mean, it's never going to be cool in the summer, but it can be cooler. And I think the idea that the vaults act as thermal chimneys and that you're drawing this water source with very little difficulty, you may want a little bit of solar support to be able to run that system. But the fact of it being able to operate independently is incredibly important, which probably comes to a slight sting in the tail, which I think is a graphic. I'm looking at this and I'm seeing big swathes of green, and I think you could forget that fairly quickly. It's not going to be like that. I think you need to repurpose those surfaces. They're sort of letting you down a little because they're not, everything else is in context, and most of your perspectives have got a wonderful feel about them. But I think you need to really, forgive the pun, but ground that a little better.
Right.
Thank you, Simon. David.
I have no clear idea about why you decide to design a classroom unit, these modular units. I don't understand that. But when you decide to do this, you have a big opportunity to create a system to put together these pieces. And maybe you don't connect these two worlds of the unit and the way how you can create a system to connect that. Maybe that's why you have these problems with the site plan, because can you show us the slide number 9? All of these interactions between these modules sounds like random ideas to put together the information, not with a specific intention to create some kind of experience or some kind of sense of place of this school. And maybe for me is because these small modules of classroom, these units, are not part of a bigger system. Maybe if you think everything as a system, you can understand these small pieces as part of something bigger.
Thank you. I think it's a key aspect that we worked on very, very hard, and we tried different options. The relationship between the primary order of the cells and the next order of the overall institution is something that Maimona, for whatever reasons, and I think it may be to do with the kind of educational background of modern architecture, resisted. So, you know, this very traditional institution with a symmetric axis and the classrooms on either side, which you see on the second line to the left, was rejected because it's too institutional, it's too 19th century. Okay, we understand that. But I think there was a lack of time. I think Maimona could well have done more research, and in the end, you would feel very satisfied with the kinds of results that I think you were getting towards. But I think the point that Kevin and David have made is very much the issue that we tackled in the last few days of the semester, right? Beate.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I think the project has developed quite far since the midterm crit. What I am trying to understand is what sort of place this is. You have these fantastic photographs of the boats in this water landscape which used to be there and which is maybe not not there anymore because of the draft or the dried out situation. But I am a little bit uncertain about the relationship between your starting point with this landscape and the place you have made, because that to me is, it seems to be a plot or a site not in a very urban situation, or it seems in a way on its own out in a very flat field, flat landscape. And it seems to me that you've made a quite urban community, and I wonder a little bit about that. I think if this was my project, I think I would have worked very hard to use the whole site. If you look at your site plan, what puzzles me the most, and I think I commented on this in midterm as well, is the white parts of your map, the undiscovered, unresolved, untouched areas where it seems that you have no intentions for these areas. And in my head, I think that wall which you have around your site, I think that I would have made a very big point in making a world inside that wall, and then it cannot be any white areas, any sort of leftover areas. So to me, it's this a little bit strange situation that you have created a little sort of urban situation surrounded by I don't know what. And it all comes from this fascination of what it used to be, which was very different. So to me, this is what puzzles me a bit. I cannot say it in a different way.
Yeah, so thank you very much, everyone. I think the central achievement, Maimona, is the development of a constructional system and a classroom unit, and this notion of double skin, vertical and horizontal. So I think, and as well as the cooling system that you're providing. So all that I think is very, very thoroughly researched, where you need to be a little more ready to test things out and also to study other architecture, is in the way that complex institutions are assembled and unified into an integral being. And I think then that's a topic that you should really try and focus on over the course of the next few semesters. Thank you very much, Maimona, and we now move to Blair.
Everyone, we'll share screen now. All right. Hi, my name is Blair Stingley. I am an undergraduate fifth-year student pursuing my Bachelor of Architecture. And this is Haven. It's an inclusive resource center for domestic violence survivors. So in general, we know that domestic violence and sexual assault is just a epidemic facing every demographic, but Native and Indigenous women are disproportionately affected by this. They are 10 times more likely to experience domestic violence and twice as likely to experience sexual assault. And so I wanted to create a shelter that catered to this underserved population. And I did that first by, looking at where there are high amounts of Native and Indigenous people. Arizona has the highest population and of Native and Indigenous people, and then while many people often think that they live on reservations, they are really integrated into metropolis areas in general. And so I looked at Tucson because it had fewer resources than Phoenix. And then after analyzing the demographics of income, racial demographics, and existing resources. I identified an area that was in relation to surrounding schools and in a neighborhood that I felt could use this. So moving ahead, just kind of a quick analysis of the climate there. They have really hot summers, but there is a relatively temperate temperature throughout the rest of the year. It's really dry, not a lot of rain, and a very slight prevailing wind. We started this semester by doing studies of material, and the material I really looked into was rammed earth. Now these precedent images, the one on the left is not rammed earth, but it is high mass construction, and that high mass is why I was drawn to rammed earth for the thermal properties as well as the historic context. So moving forward, just the first exercise we did was with that material study, I had like an occupiable library seat that makes an appearance in the project. Moving forward, my project's about 45,000 square feet. 24,000 square feet of that is units, it's 20 units. The rest, the other 20,000 square feet is resources for these. There are multiple unit types, we'll discuss that a bit later, but the amounts of the unit types reflect the different types of people that are like most commonly in this situation. This is some process drawings from the semester. And moving forward, some massing diagrams. The first things I looked at was creating a firm boundary and really wanting to create a sense of security by having this firm boundary around the site. And so it was important to identify where the means of entrance were. I wanted to have two entrances, one from the north side, which is going to be up for people who might not necessarily live here, but use these resources, and then a separate entrance for residents. And moving ahead, when I started moving into volume, I really focused on creating microclimates and using the mass of the building to create shaded areas to really carve out like livable green spaces. And then in doing so, that created tiers of occupation and giving the people that are living there a vantage point and a sense of security by being able to see out, and also the sense of security in the instances where they're burrowed down into the ground. So just kind of programmatically, I really did separate the community and the residential features. And then there is here, you can see there's kind of a section of the residential area that's designated more for male people, just because I think with this program that's important. There are three major unit types. We'll discuss it more later, but moving ahead, I used a palette of xeriscaping again to kind of think about the natural climate. So this is just the street approach, and I really wanted to have a discrete relationship with the street to add another sense of security, to not draw too much attention. This is overall, you can see it's in a residential context. It's facing a school, so there is that institutional relationship here. And then while this lot happened to be pretty vacant, right now it is thought that it will be filled in with more houses, so it would be kind of nestled in there. This is the overall plan, and we'll zoom in on the top part here. The main entrance is through this courtyard into a lobby and reception area here. Back here, if you were to continue, is office space and like law resources. If you were to continue down, as I expect most would, this is the main attraction of the area into a cafe and dining area. This dining area bleeds out into a courtyard with a playground. This playground is in relationship to a daycare. One of the major needs is for people in the situation that have kids to have a place to, put them while they go to work. Classrooms. This is a tech lab and workspace that has its own adjoining outdoor library, or excuse me, outdoor courtyard. And then over here, this is a separate entrance into a medical facility that there is passage into here, but it's sort of indirect and has its own entrance from the outside. Moving down the plan, this is the residential space. It is sunken down 3 feet in here, and each residence has its own entrance from the outside. These are the upper levels of the plan, using the roof space as occupiable area, and the footprint's getting smaller as we move up. These are the unit plans. The main unit I focused on is the quad unit. That's 2 stories, and it's 2 suites, and I wanted to give each resident their own sort of nook while having their own nook while having the safety of having 2 people live together. And typically it would be childless young adults. The most common demographic is 16 to 24, so that sort of age group living here. In section, again, this is the elevation here and cutting through the long way. This would be those amenities, and then a break for the xeriscaping, and then the residential area that's sunken down a bit. And then a main thing that I focused on here is offsetting the window heights. So we're using a lot of daylighting strategies to have these narrow windows that can offer low levels of task lighting as well as higher clerestory lighting. And then when it comes to the residents, because they are sunken down, that offset doesn't allow views directly into their residence, offers privacy. This is some construction drawings of the Randburg structure with a wood Viga roof system. And then we'll just end kind of looking at a few views through the project. So this is an entrance, the entrance courtyard. This is the cafe. This is the playground and outdoor courtyard with the classroom over here. This is a passage through, this is the tech lab. This is the library, or the outdoor space off of the library. Passage into the residential area, entrances. That was the quad unit, balconies, and we'll end here. So that's what I had for y'all today.
Thank you, Blair. Comments, please.
We can go to the plan or something if that's easier to look at.
Barry, would you like to start?
Can you go back to the some of the earlier renderings that you did in the early stage, just by contrast with the ending, the final?
Oh yeah, the charcoal drawings.
Yeah.
Yeah. So some of the themes really stayed, but others transformed over time.
How do you feel about the character and the quality of the charcoal, and how you ended up in terms of the rendering, the final renderings? I mean,
I do.
How they express your intention for the spaces.
I think I could use some more maybe dramatic effects, or just like showings of shadows in my like final renderings, because that was like a main intention for the space that is really represented in the charcoal that isn't as represented.
I'm going to come back to that quickly. The question I have in terms of the overall plan, you talk about this boundary on the two sides and the porosity on the other side, and
yeah.
When you go back to that site plan, the one you were just prior, yeah. So to the south and to the east, you have this kind of hard edge. Is that how I understand it?
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, architecturally, programmatically, you were very purposeful about that being sort of to encourage interaction and experience to be within those walls, or what was your attitude towards the eastern?
Yeah. I think I was really thinking about this place as a shelter, and if you are coming here, you want to feel safe and kind of different than other buildings. People that are coming here might not want to have a relationship with the outside as much. They want to feel secure, and so that wall here is to really establish that edge. So there are fewer means of entrance, and by and large, like it's safer because there's fewer access points.
And I respect it. At the same time, you're trying to create kind of a sanctuary and a place for people to develop a kind of a capacity to heal and a capacity to reemerge, feeling stronger and protected and more vital, correct? And so there's something about the hardness of those edges, and that the building makes no effort even just to peer out and kind of look around and give a sense that that there's something very final and very confining about it that I don't think supports the process that you're trying to encourage within the building. It's a subtle observation, but when I look at the site plan, I see it. And then the other thing, just so other people can speak, is when I contrast the feeling of the charcoal renderings, which I think are really effective, I think that's entirely lost in the technology of your renderings, in that they're so pristine and they're so artificial looking, and I just don't think they're doing your intention justice in terms of what I think is really going on here. It's just a comment about, you know, how you have to be very specific about how you choose to represent, and the technology that we have available, you know, can make it really easy and effective for us, but I still think you have to be really critical of what you use. So I was eagerly wanting to go back to the charcoal because the other ones were just, I found them alienating, to tell you the truth, and not the characteristic or the quality that you're trying to evoke. So I'll let some other people talk.
Yeah, I agree with Barry there, Blair. I think the people especially, they look very cartoonish.
Yes.
And I'm not sure why you chose them like that. You know, I mean, you could have chosen outlines like some of your colleagues have done, and I think that would have been quite good, indicative. Anyway.
Okay. Yeah.
Beate.
Yes, I agree very much in the graphic or the comments on the graphic quality of the renderings. I guess it has to do with sort of imagining this situation, and one has, well, it is about sensitivity and vulnerability and all these very fragility. I don't know what the architecture has to be strong and create a sense of safety, but the life inside those walls, I guess, is quite different than what these renderings show. I think what I really appreciated was to see your plans, actually. Or I remember, I think, or at least it seems to me that you have put a lot of effort into developing the community inside this plan. And I like that. I like to see that. It seemed to me that you were really into the plan. I think there are, I have some questions about structure, about these beams that span enormously long, and about the windows that are very horizontal, and the rammed earth in between them that doesn't seem to work very well. But I think the project could be developed much further. But I think it's especially I understand the comments you have gotten already about the quality of the project, but there is, I see a strong sense of consideration maybe for the situation in the way you have been working with the plan and the levels and the relationship to the ground. So there's a lot of good things there, I think. But especially I really miss this. In another project, I talked about an emotional character of the architecture or of the place you have created, and I think that for such a program that is incredibly important. So I understand your choice of structure or your choice of material and the sort of strength of the solidity of the project, and it of course also has climatic aspects, and it belongs to the place and all of that, but it really seems right in a way in relationship to the program, but it just the way the project is presented doesn't communicate the sort of emotions I would expect in such a project.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blair,
David.
could you show us the site plan? When I saw this picture, this plan, I understand your project is inside into a urban fabric, isn't it? But when you show us the renders, could you show us the renders? When you show us the renders, always all of the images look like your project is in the middle of a landscape or in the middle of a desert. You never show us the context around this building. You never show us how this building, you never show us the relationship between your building and this urban fabric. And I miss a lot these kind of images because I really want to understand the dialogues that your building is creating in this built community. I don't know if you are creating big walls and no one can access or no one can see, or I don't know if you are creating a fortress in the middle of this neighborhood. This is my comment.
Thank you, David. Simon.
I want to talk around the project in a moment, but I have a question over the fact that this is one of the most sensitive subjects that an architect can address. People have been abused. It's often been over a long period of time, and they need support beyond most of our comprehension. But you appear to have included a smaller male element amongst a predominantly female element.
Yeah.
And I simply couldn't understand that. And the fact that they overlapped, because everything I've learned about this is that you're wanting this incredible refuge. So can we get that out of the way quickly before I comment on the project?
Yeah, and I'd love to address that. The reason for the fewer amount of just resources allocated to specifically male people was just based on statistics. And 90% of cases of this are women or female identifying people are the victims. And so I really wanted to cater to that. And typically I'm not someone that really likes to kind of divide gender and be like that, but I do think with this program there is an amount of sensitivity when such a huge proportion of the audience I'm trying to address is women who have faced violence at the hands of men. And when men statistically are 10%, I actually did allocate more than 10% of the space to male.
Yeah, I think the issue I'm addressing is pretty obvious, and I'm sure it needs a clinical psychologist to answer it. But my hunch is that you don't want to have a small section of male. I think this is a very interesting study because by and large, architects don't like work that's hidden, and this building desperately needs to be hidden. And what you've done, I think, has got a lot to be supported because of the role of an extreme refuge where you can hide yourself, but also lots of opportunity of tactile contact. So it's like a living machine, a social machine within the building. And I think with these very defensible walls, I think there's a lot to commend. I would have hoped that you would have shown us a sunlight study on the south side. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. But come to your site plan for a moment, because I have 2 points where I think your thesis is not complete. The first is, if you're going to have a hidden architecture, I think you should go all the way. The fact that you put everyday sort of parking as though you're going to a healthcare clinic or something, it's probably not where you want to go. I think it could be hidden back into the neighborhood. The houses could be built right up to it, and it's almost a series of secret entries into this labyrinth that you've created. But my main concern is that you build all the basic infrastructure to have a way that you could capitalize upon water capture, sun capture. I mean, you've got, what, 12 inches of rain, I think, in Tucson. Nothing about that. You've got all your roof surfaces that worry me because the amount of absorbent surface you've got on your roofs is tremendous. I would have thought that was an important study. In your outline, you talk about solar energy, but it doesn't reappear. And so I think there's another layer to this where this could almost go off the grid, frankly, couldn't it? I mean, it could be one way of so much. I mean, what have you got? 250 odd days of sunshine? I mean, it can go wrong if you got it right.
Yeah.
And so I know we don't talk about this a great deal in the school, but if I have a go at it, even if I kept the cars there, I'd have them totally covered in solar panels. I know it's a boring thing to say in a certain way, but I really think we've got to take this seriously. Most of these agencies have no money, and anything you can do to develop support mechanisms for them, I think it would really help get you closure with this project.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Simon. We have talked about this, and I think Blair has addressed it, but it's you're right, it's not. I mean, solar photovoltaics have not made their appearance on the roof of the buildings.
Yeah, there actually are some drawn here. It's just so small on the screen. But I do hear you, and it should have been represented in another place if it I'm saying it's important to me.
Why not have a landscape of roofs, Blair, where some are occupiable and could have wonderful sheltering canopies. Some of them could be protected, insulated growing roofs. Some could be white roofs that reflect the sunlight. Others could be power driving roofs. And I think it would just add to your overall idea that you're developing an institution that we should begin to take more seriously in terms of addressing deprivation in America. And this is just one of many aspects of deprivation. And I think the fact that this can actually act almost as a secret world of architecture is quite intriguing.
Kevin.
So, Blair, there's a lot of accomplishment here, and it has come a long way since I saw it last, and you should really be applauded for trying to go through it at so many different scales, and I appreciate that. I know we don't have a lot of time, so I was just going to kind of blurt a few things out, because I do have about 4 or 5 points I wanted to add to this. I very much appreciated the earlier comments. I appreciate what Simon's just saying about the presence of this thing, you know, and how it appears in the neighborhood, in the city, but also that it is a kind of an architecture that is about helping to choreograph social occasion and social relations. And I think all architecture does that, but this is certainly a kind of institution where that's of paramount importance. And I'll get back to both those things. I think one of the things that's like Barry began with the idea of comparing the different drawings, I think is that with the original drawings, there was maybe intuitively, but a very clear agenda for what those were about. They were about a certain mood, about kind of exploring how you got to this sort of character. When you go to the later drawings, they are not done with the same intention. And I think it's probably worth thinking about what are you trying to do with those drawings? Like, particularly when you have the ability to show such kind of clarity in what the materials are, how they're kind of dispersed and organized. And I feel like it's just a slightly different subject. It's not just that there's the renderings might have parts that are too cartoonish, but that, like, when I think it was already said, like when you start to look at how you put a window in a rammed earth wall with those kinds of drawing techniques, you can really explore that. And it really is a very odd thing to see these horizontal strip window like things, particularly stacked over each other in that construction system. Do you understand what I mean by that? That like in the rendering that shows of the entry courtyard, these stacked horizontal windows, it would be actually quite a hard thing to build like that, but it goes kind of counter to the act of building in rammed earth to imagine openings of that kind. But this is the perfect medium to start to explore those sort of things. But going on from that, I think public presence is important. And like this drawing in particular is a bit misleading because I could actually enjoy this drawing a whole lot more if that was the street we were looking at. But when I look at your site plan, I realize that that's actually the parking lot that is between the building and the street. And and that to me raises a whole host of other concerns. And it is this thing Simon brought up, which is the presence of this thing in the neighborhood. I like it if this is the front of the building, but in fact, you always see it as you're driving by with parking in front, like a doctor's office. And I think the courtyard and these kind of things is just a whole lot less interesting as a series of intermediate spaces that slide you in. And I would take the parking out from the front of the building and maybe put it all on the side. Or to take Simon's very good suggestion that maybe this is something where you actually have it hidden in the middle of the block is another approach. What I like about the building having presence is I think that this is a building that isn't just about hiding from the world, it's about giving you safety and then transitioning you back to the world. And so I think its presence on the street is interesting and important, but I wouldn't have a row of parking in front of it. I think the overall plan organization is really very, like, it's a lovely idea, and you were totally right that the kind of plans are a real success here. Like just the degree to which you've drawn them with the dashed lines, with the furniture, these kind of things, like it's really thoughtful. And when I look at that, the thing that I like the most is I like this idea that there's a series of exterior spaces that draw you through, almost in a kind of cinematic sense, that you come in and are drawn from one space to another, where expectations are set up that something interesting is to come. So it's like the sequence of coming into a courtyard and from there into an entry, and then from the entry into a space that looks out onto another courtyard is really like a beautiful sequence. What I find a little disappointing is having gotten that far, or well, two things. One is I think I would get rid of these circuitous paths one way or another. I think the courtyards are more interesting when they are more when they're less structured in where you're supposed to walk and where you plant. And I think they would operate so much better if all of those kind of curlicue like sidewalks were just gone and there were a series of spaces, especially in this environment where we're talking about surfaces that you can walk on, like gravel. Like, I don't think you need any of those things. And you can have a more interesting paving condition that is sort of like cobbles that you can walk on or walk on the gravel or however you want. What I find a little bit disappointing is having set up these clear precincts, I feel like it's those in-between spaces, those thresholds that actually get really interesting, both at a site plan and a kind of physical artifact standpoint. So at the site plan, the space that's just getting cut off at the bottom of the screen here is the intermediate space between your residential area and these kind of communal areas. And right now it just acts as a barrier, but it is actually the opportunity for a kind of community that is this transition. And right now it's really just left as a buffer. And that seems disappointing. But also in terms of the buildings, you make an effort like to treat the walls that separate one space from another, often with with kind of blankness, and in a way that what we're looking at there on that, as much as I was complaining about that central space, it is the place that I like the most in terms of the way that the buildings open onto it, in that some of the units then face onto this communal space that's the same as from the communal spaces that face onto it. You understand what I'm saying? That there are openings that.
Yeah, can you rephrase that? I got a little lost just now.
I wish I could draw on this, but the annotation feature isn't allowed. But I'm looking at the top of this drawing. You have your classrooms that then have a kind of pergola. So that space is opening onto this space that is in between. And likewise, there are windows from some of the units that then face onto this space. And I feel like those are that's a really lovely condition where the sequestered world of protection is starting to transition into another world. Right, into one that is more about community and others. And I feel like elements,
I think we need to move.
Well, really quickly, like elements like pergolas would help with that as well. I feel like in terms of the construction, I think you could look at rammed earth, particularly and how you make openings and minimize things like lintels because they're hard to do. But I also feel like you could use another material in your palette. Like it's particularly disappointing to see the interior building, the interior renderings, and then see that the bathroom volume is rendered with the same rammed earth as the exterior shell. And I think you can have shall we say, a more delicate kind of internal partition that would take less effort as well. It doesn't have to have mass, and it would enrich the overall sense of the project, like a wood wall, for example. There are other things to say.
Yeah, we need to move on, Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blair, I think, I mean, we've talked about a number of things. Let me just make one final comment, and that is the upper part of the plan has really moved along very well. The lower part of the plan is a world to its own, and Kevin has put his finger on the problem of the interstitial space. Because you have insisted on a very diagrammatic way of thinking about this, and you have also included your diagram in your presentation. And I think that is very clear the way that you think about it, but unfortunately the reality, or fortunately the reality of your architecture and the upper part of the plan transcends the diagram and is actually much stronger as a series of spatial explorations. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. And we now move on to Wellington.
All right. Okay. So my project is called Peyton Gin, an Architecture of Opportunity. And I'm interested in, I guess, looking at and challenging and sort of interrogating the modern sort of suburban typology, which has sort of created this dichotomy between the spaces that we live and sleep and the spaces that we occupy during our day-to-day activity. And of course, the other thing that comes up with that is what to do with the spaces that have been necessitated by suburbia. What can we do with those, and how can we reuse them? So the site that I've chosen is here in Austin, Texas. It's in the north part of the city. It's about 6 miles from University or downtown. And these are some photos of the context. It's located along 183. And it abuts some residential areas as well as some homeless encampments. It's part of a set of sort of commercial strip centers and corridors that run along that road. So this is a sort of an urban plan of that area. And you can see 183 here that goes through, and then the commercial areas that straddle it. And beyond that are the traditional sort of suburban American homes, the sort of single family detached homes. And those are kind of what I want to, I guess, sort of push back against and try something new. So my strategy was to combine living and working in the same site. And so this is my new site plan. So the original buildings were sort of fronted to the south, west, facing 183 in the major corridors. And so I wanted to sort of rotate them and reorient them towards the neighborhoods, because I think sort of creating more of a community and that sort of thing would be beneficial to the area. So to the north here, I've maintained all of the large retail shopping centers, or shopping buildings, I guess, as well as sort of storage buildings that are on the site. And then I've gone ahead and inserted a new set of new buildings here on the southern and eastern periphery to sort of create a buffer between the context and the site. So I think the biggest challenge for me was trying to figure out how to integrate sort of housing within these sort of generic box spaces. So this is just a little diagram of my sort of thinking as I went through the semester, trying to figure out how to go about that. And this is an axon showing an expanded view of one of those commercial buildings where I've started to dematerialize the center of the building and then insert these sort of living spaces. And then the commercial space itself can be further subdivided, allowing for studios, workspaces, and the like. Similarly, these metal outbuildings can also be utilized in the same way. So this is one of those small spaces that's inserted within the volume. So they're really compact, tight spaces. I wanted to sort of, I guess, experiment with trying to densify these areas and seeing how much I could fit in at any given time. Which is an axonometric of the same. And this is just a view within one of those courtyards where you can see the buildings. This is what I'm calling the gabled unit, and these are the units that sit within, so these have been inserted within the sort of metal buildings that are to the south of the retail spaces. And they kind of follow a similar logic where they're, what I'm trying to do is maximize the available space so that there's these sort of non-differentiated areas that could be utilized in a variety of ways. And again, an axon of that. And a quick rendering of that view. And finally, to the south, I wanted to set up a sort of a buffer. And so I inserted these completely new units that are kind of on the periphery that would provide sort of a home as well as sort of potentially a workshop space or something of that nature. And yeah, there's an axon of that. And a quick render of that. And that's what I have for you today.
Thank you, Wellington. Comments?
A quick question. Wellington, the images that you show with the steel vents, are those supposed to be an existing condition that you're working inside of, or is that new?
I'm sorry, the steel vents you said?
Yeah, the moment frames.
These guys?
Yeah, like those are new, or those are existing?
Existing.
Those are existing.
I think, Wellington, you have some real issues here. And I want to back into this in a particular set of ways. Firstly, it's really unclear what your thesis is and who are the inhabitants. One can guess, but I found I was doing a guessing game from one end to the other end of this project. There's no annotation, there's no way that you are helping us to understand. So let me put what I think it might be. We have a complete lack of understanding of alternative household formation. We have a complete lack of understanding of micro business. We have little understanding of how various entities are being driven out of the popular cities such as Austin. So somewhere in there is your client of this single person, probably enterprising, looking for opportunity that is non-traditional. But then we get stuck because we don't quite know where the non-traditional is, because you don't really tell us. We have to guess that these are workshops and they're coming together in different types of units. Then you find this derelict part of the city, and we can guess, but we'll go along with you, that already people have a big eye on doing something far denser than this on it, but I think we should go along with you. But there's an active erosion. So the architecture of erosion is incredibly important. We need to know what is being eroded and why. And I came to the conclusion with your very strange diagrams of the sort of potted house, that this metamorphoses into a more sensible unit, and then we carve away the fabric of an existing building, but we leave the rest of the building. But again, without sections, without really clearly articulating where you're going to with this, it makes it difficult. And I'm prepared to admit maybe I'm the person who can't find your linkages as well as others. But then you give us a series of disaggregated units, and again, they become difficult to read. So just go back one, I think, from this slide. It may be more if I can find it. So go back one more. So this unit here, okay, go back to that one. So here we have a 3-story unit. We don't know where it is. We don't know what it is. We have 2 floor plates and 3 floors. So I have to work out what your message is and the linkage of the building to the idea that this is a compound of people who share ideas, maybe share business interests, maybe fabricate things together at times, which I think could be quite wonderful in this creative enterprise that could run like a co-op, that could get cooperative financial structures to support it. Could be amazingly interesting, but for me, you've left me with too many questions. So I'm finding it difficult to talk about architecture in the way that I want to talk about it, because you're asking me to make the guesses and the assumptions and then to address you as an architect. I know I had to work into that a little, but I feel really concerned at this level that you have not, in the time you've got, strung this together in a more ambitious manner.
Wellington, you should answer some of those points.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, yeah, it's been a difficult project to work on. I've made some progress, but yeah, it's yeah, I definitely agree.
Well,
I think you should be clearer about the issue of who's going to live here, and it's not the single person only. I think you've catered for the possibility of more than a single occupancy, and the range of activities that you think might happen.
Yeah, I think I failed in that I didn't take a stance with regard to that, and I was trying to just get everyone, as opposed to saying this is the sort of clientele or the group that I would want to, I guess.
Well, let me jump in just for a second. I mean, you know, I've been your critic throughout the semester, and I think you've been clearer throughout the semester than you are willing to admit now at the end of it. And I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the end of semester blues. The issue is there are a lot of things that are unknown, as Simon says, and having been involved in a similar kind of project here in Berlin, where a lot of things were possible and were intended to be possible, and where a lot of things were intended to be indeterminate, it's exactly that degree of indeterminacy that has led to the success of the kind of projects that these things are, right? So I think you should be not defensive about this, and you should be more affirmative about this notion of things being generic in the in the positive sense, as opposed to indeterminate in the negative sense, right? And so the future is less in specific office types and specific housing types than it is in open structures in all sorts of ways, right? So that's been something that you've been exploring. But I give way to comments from the colleagues, David, Beate, and Barry.
Yeah, I can say something. I understand Simon's comments, and but in a way, I disagree with him, or at least I want to say that I think there are. I actually found it very I was very happily surprised when I saw this project. I remember it from last time, and I didn't know where it was going. And I am sure it can be criticized for all the things Simon criticizes it for. But I also think it needs to be said that that Wilfried is right in what he is saying. But also, if you just look at this as a project, sort of torn loose from context. One has to accept that. There's not much context in the presentation, but it is a very beautiful drawn and studied and actually communicated set of buildings, I think. And I think one of these renderings were actually quite nice. The last one I found very strange, and I do think that maybe some of those renderings sort of emphasize the lack of context in the project, because these green fields are not believable at all, or at least I don't understand them, but there's a sharpness or a crispness and an architectural intention in these drawings and this project that I find actually very good, actually. So I just had to say that. I should probably say why, but there is something about the use of the existing structure, the varieties of spatial qualities, the idea of starting to carve out these large, very deep structure. Yeah, there's many things here that I think one also could talk very positively about. But I am actually just saying that I enjoyed the project.
Thank you, Beate. David, Barry.
Could you show us the last render? Yeah, I completely agree with Simon, and I'm a little bit speechless with this project. So I just want to ask, are you sure this is the best image of your project in order to show us as a finished image, as a final image? Do you think this kind of image convinces someone to go there to live in that place? Do you think this is a dream place to go to live?
No, I agree on that completely.
That's all. I have no more comments. No questions.
I think it's.
Well,
that's all.
David, let me come back in again. There's a great role for indeterminacy in terms of not knowing where it will go in 5 years' time. That's not the issue that I'm making. What I'm arguing is that you've got to put up a thesis. Let's say it's one where there's an agreement between the city and Travis County. There will be no tax base on this project to help this group of people. And let's call this for a moment guerrilla architecture. if that's the case, go for it. Tell us, what are the first moves? Who are the first movers and shakers? What do they fundamentally need to do to start the catalytic action of this architecture emerging? So I'm sort of going back at it with another slant, because I think that something really interesting could be made of it. I don't want to be misread that I'm not saying that. I'm trying to say in the sort of architectural academic sense that I'm sort of a little annoyed with you, Wellington.
Simon,
in no way is it personal.
Just to break in, because I know we don't have much time, but I just wanted to say, like, I agree that Wellington has been extraordinarily inarticulate in explaining his project in drawing and in words, but I actually think that there's a pretty clear thesis here. It exists in the site plan. And I think that there is quite a lot of success in the conception of how you might, rather than wipe away and build denser, how you might colonize these things. I take nothing away from your point, Simon, that there's many things left unsaid, and one needs clarity. But I think the thought that one would take like recolonize these buildings in these sort of inserted ways, and then use the new buildings to create a kind of centralized space as a kind of buffer and entry conditions into it is pretty clear. I mean, I think the conception of the project as evident in this drawing is actually quite strong. The concerns I have just have to do with precision, and kind of rigor. And who was the person who said you have to know what your business is when you're writing? Like, I feel like as an architect, you need to know what your business is. When you're inserting into the buildings, you have to take them really seriously in section, in particular. Like, can you make these kinds of incisions? How do you do that? And then how does it work as a consequence? How do you weatherize or keep water out? And how does that become something fantastic? Like, is it Gordon Matta Clark? Or is it, I don't know, living on top of them? I don't know what it is. But I feel like this drawing is, to me, a really clear statement of what the project is about. I think there are some problems here. Like, I don't like the way that the parking creates a buffer between this and the kind of neighborhoods that you want it to connect to. But I feel like there's a very clear conception in this. I just feel like when you got into actually drawing the buildings, you weren't really sure what you were doing, and that's what seems clear in the kind of renderings. But I think this idea that there would be these insertions, first a cut and then an insertion as a kind of way to heal it and to take advantage of the cut, is a pretty strong idea.
Thank you, Kevin. Barry.
I'll just be really quick because I don't want to be redundant. For me, the core of the project is the intervention between the existing fabric and what you're proposing. And so I found, until the last rendering, which took me right back to that first photo with the trash strewn about, against the masonry wall. So you lost me on the last rendering because it undermined what I felt was building in the presentation, where you showed the interventions within the pre-engineered buildings. But then you begin to show us sections where you're not showing that intervention. You're isolating the buildings that you're placing within the fabric, and then your idea is lost. It's gone. Where it's all about the architecture of these cool forms that you're making. And then I look at the site plan, and on the one hand, I'm looking for what distinguishes this, when I'm looking at the interventions within the larger block buildings. And then I see you've done these very conventional sort of townhouses lining the avenue, and it undermines, the step that you're taking. So I think it's all been said. But the arc of your presentation was building my confidence in the solution, and then you throw that rendering in the end, and it just took me back to the beginning and what was sad that you were trying to solve. At the same time, I think you've come a long way from mid-semester, and so I think you deserve some kudos for that.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wellington, I think one of the key issues that you've identified, and it's in the second image that you showed, how do we want to live? In criticizing suburbia, or in criticizing dense suburbia, you are trying to replace that, but you're also trying to say, how can we reuse existing fabric? And the key discipline that you are lacking, and I think this is a topic that we've really tried to address throughout the semester, is what is the future of the city? What is the future of urban design? Can one reform the city through an individual unit? Perhaps, but you've got to recognize that the aggregation of individual units does not make a city on its own. And the reappropriation of these boxes, retail units, with the residential units does not make a city. So I think you focused quite rightly on an area that really you enjoyed most, which is how can we define the house, or how can you define the house? And I think that that's where you really, A, you spent a lot of time, B, you provided different typologies. And I think that that's the strength of the project. So I think that there's a lot more mileage to be gained out of this approach of an urban intervention that addresses both the question of live work and the reappropriation or the repurposing of commercial property or other kinds of buildings. So this is an open topic, and certainly won't go away in places like Austin and other cities. Thank you, Wellington.
Thanks.
So we go to the last one in this morning session, on this afternoon session, Lucas.
Hi, everyone. Let's see. Okay, so I was based in Dublin for the semester until just recently to vote. So project takes place there. So this project addresses the problem of affordable accommodation in a rapidly gentrifying historical city center district in Dublin, known as the Liberties. I am looking at alternative solutions to the government's current strategy of demolishing parts of the urban fabric, that of a tabula rasa, and pushing and pricing people out of their neighborhood. While walking around the neighborhood, I found pockets of seemingly abandoned land, which I then cross-checked with the state database and found nearly 20 acres of state-owned properties in my focus area. These are typically unique and complex interstitial spaces that have resulted from generations of urban development, which introduce new challenges and make them more easily dismissed, often sold as a smaller part of demolition plan for redevelopment. I'm suggesting, if used differently, misused state-held properties could accommodate 1,200 units, which by percentage of area and population is more than adequate to respond to the current need. This project seeks to balance the nuances of these interstitial spaces with an organizing system that is flexible and easy to replicate. I started to develop an economical unit considering how it could adapt to these sites, as well as both its adjacencies and internal logic. To a large degree, the unit and the site inform the design of each other. I initially looked at 6 sites where I determined the unit's parameters. To overcome the site restriction, or the size restriction, which I determined would be necessary for the individual units, I developed a strategy that would incorporate the unit with shared spaces as well as possibilities for extension. The defining logic is based around a double height insulated clay block infrastructural core which holds all of the utilities. Units can be built around the core by the individuals using only dimensional lumber, encouraging a more cost-effective construction. This project is dependent on economy of means to incentivize state construction of these units, as well as being standard and replicable and a viable option. So this is one example of a build out, which the individual with the support of what I'm calling a cooperative, it is a cooperative. So first there's a 2x10 ledger that's dropped into the first floor. It's fastened to the X in the surrounding walls. Then an additional second floor ledger is attached for reasons of you can expand it up if necessary, as well as allowing for the top plate to be built on that. And then, dimensional lumber floor beams like 2x6 or 2x8s are framed per code. Then standard plywood or any floorboards are then laid on the beams. Walls are hung from perimeters and bathrooms and kitchens are built out. Stairs are installed typically from the exterior walls here, these T's. Metal glass doors, which are provided by the initial build, can give way to a potential of an extension or of a winter garden or a patio. And then 2 different trusses are used, spanning a 10-foot direction and one spanning a 15-foot direction. So these are 10 by 15 foot units, depending when necessary. These are built of local spruce, which is all being reforested and all internally drained into the infrastructural core. The southern exposed roof is made of polycarbonate and the northern out of corrugated, which is sheathed and insulated. So these units offer variety to the diversity of needs and budgets. With all the major development in the area and failed affordable housing typologies in Dublin, a major factor was to attempt to allow diverse needs while encouraging ownership and agency through the build out and customization of the unit. This is a counter narrative to the developer renter scheme. So these are a few examples of the potential of the build outs that they accommodate multiple needs. So this is a 300 square foot unit, probably for a single individual, which make up of 40% of those needing affordable housing in Dublin. This is a 450 square foot unit with the flex of a winter garden. So this is open, so there's 2-story. You have a 900 square foot unit, so open, double 2-story here. This could be a family or couple, or and then you have 4 150 square foot units around a communal kitchen. So I developed the system further on a narrow site sandwiched between 2 buildings. So this is the site. The building as a bar was not only determined by the shape of the site, but by the character of the neighborhood. The site is surrounded by both suburban type residential, which has a particular quality, and new apartment buildings. So this is what the area looks like. It's these long row homes that are set back. They run the length of the street and are set back much further than other areas, which create a shared communal corridor. So here, you can see a couch on the street. And these are just Google shots, but this is what it was like, people sitting out on the street. I was also interested in how these long buildings meet and the spaces that exist from those eccentricities, how these can create complex urban spaces, how the very thing that sparked my interest in Dublin can proliferate while preserving the existing fabric. So here's the first kind of go at the plan as a long corridor. So this becomes kind of like a street, and you can build out and have these open. But I'm just showing the potential of all the units, how they build out. These, what I'm calling the eccentricities or knuckles, become public spaces that I'm giving back to the community that allow public access. So something of a garden and a computer lab or something of that nature. So this is a building that lowers on the south facing side because there's this building I did right of light studies to allow all the light to the existing buildings here. So these are all, this could only be 2-story. So that's how this one was defined. And then you can see on the south facing the polycarbonate, and then the north facing with the idea that this could be built out into garden spaces like these. Maybe that wall would be brought down at some point, but maybe not.
Lucas, can I just ask a question? Is that a real model, or is that a render to look like a model?
I won't tell you, but it's a render, but COVID render. So I was interested in how this system could function in a larger site and one with an existing building. So I chose this large site, which is there's a 4,500 square foot industrial building that runs the western edge of the site, which allows a different adaptation of the organizing plan. So this area, although close to the other site, has a very different urban context dominated by 19th century industrial buildings and larger institutions. So this is the building across the street. And when I visited, it was being used as studios. This is the industrial building that's on the site. So this is the streetscape here. So here's the plan. So in this plan, I could dedicate more space for shared green. So this is a big shared green here. These option gardens or flexible spaces could then become shared communal greens. They could also grow into larger 10-foot winter gardens here, and continue with the idea of where the system develops eccentricities. I could negotiate those spaces so the surrounding neighborhood has access to those. I was interested in taking back ownership of these spaces in the building to contradict the exclusive nature of many modern luxury apartments that are endemic to this area. So at the corner where there is a heavy industrial and working spaces, I've made a communal gallery and cooperative tool share. So that's like this area, and it's across the street from that building that I showed you. I'll show you this, so that's what that building looks like. On the top view where this is a school, so this all drops to 1 story here, and this becomes a daycare facility, which is then attached to this. So using those adjacencies to determine these programs, while this is kind of a more of a cafe type situation where you would have a 2-story with a roof garden area, maybe movies or something like that, a community center really. And then I have, the industrial building here is exchanged for the open corridor. So this is where the open corridor would be, like that live work kind of space that I'll show you later. But this is it's exchanged out for that as the units connect to that industrial building. And sometimes the streets become that corridor where it showed in my images before, the context photos, where other times the corridor kind of becomes a courtyard and a more private situation. So it's how these different specific live workspaces relate to each other. This one's kind of more private. This one on the back is more private as well, while this one's more of like a market, like a kind of Dublin alley. So this is a section that's cutting through the studio here. This is a unit that could be built out into that studio with the winter garden here, and then the long green into the other 3 units there. This is what the units look like before the build out. So this is the idea that, when you build it out, this is kind of the idea where you're using all dimensional lumber, plywood, but by the help of the cooperative as well. I mean, I wouldn't expect people to build out their units if they don't want to. It's maybe their chosen plans as well. Sorry, this is the upstairs right here. So that's that lamp. You can see the stair going up, and that's the upstairs. So this is the shared studio, and I imagine, this is the existing building, and it kind of connects to that where you have these spaces up here being built out potentially. The courtyard space where these, single loaded corridors, which are oversized, it kind of looks like this with the school behind. The idea that this becomes more of a public or a private space for the units. And then the facade, which becomes something similar to those row buildings that has the big street corridor through it. And then this kind of interest in the interior corridor is something like this, where you'd have working conditions and spill out, something like that. And these are just kind of images throughout the city where collages of you getting glimpses of these buildings. This is the gallery space with the studio, and then the building behind it, showing the context of the. And so I'll end there and with my plan. And then if anyone has any questions, thanks for listening.
Thank you. Comments? Barry.
Well, I remember this scheme well from midterm, and it was fairly well cooked at that point from my recollection. It's interesting to see how it's evolved. I might let others speak to some other considerations. I'm going to go right into a couple things. So the cruciform utility pieces, they're fabricated. They come in and they rely on some subgrade infrastructural work to make them work, correct?
Yeah, of course. Those are all with utilities installed.
Right. So they involve interventions that go beyond the footprint of the building, of course, right, to tie into municipal sewer and utilities and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. I'll stop there.
Well, I mean, before I had utility buildings or in the basement, but we spoke about how to kind of deal with that situation. But I had the utility buildings.
My point is, that's a set of challenges, but I'm willing to accept that. Okay. The two things I would say is I think the roof forms are ambitious. I don't think they would survive, the feasibility study of making it happen. I think just in terms of, I think for scale, they just begin to take on I don't know this. I could talk about some issues that I find with them, but even from a fabrication standpoint and just, water management. And then, I found in some of your precedent images, I think it would do you good to go back and look at some of the things that happen sort of naturally, like at the corners, where rather than trying to resolve how two linear buildings meet, they just don't. And then the inhabitants kind of figured out what to do with the open corners, because I find your corners less successful than the buildings themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I'm going to let other people talk, but I'm really impressed by the project. I think it's really
didn't sound like it, Barry. Okay. Simon.
If I talk city design for a moment, I'm both sympathetic towards this project and very supportive. The reading and I think your level of understanding of the sense of memory in working areas of the city and how they can be repurposed, I think really gives this a distinguished touch, in that we should start looking again at what we believe has got integrity and what hasn't got integrity. And I really, although you made me work hard at your diagrams to begin with that got us into it, firstly, the fact that you're looking at these leftover spaces, but also the fact that over time, the lives of people through this industrial fabric isn't eliminated, but it in turn can be repurposed. So the second point is that I'm supportive from a city design point of view, because it's a very localized approach. It's very doable. I could see training schemes operating in this working area of Dublin, where people learn basic crafts and get involved in the act of building, and the fact that it has a flexibility to it to adjust to a range of sites. So there's a lot going for you. If I come to an architectural scale, it is raising some questions. It's one thing to have worker housing from the 19th century that is only street located, often back to back, meaning you have no yard even. And then you come to how you're doing it, and I'm not really clear whether or not we all have to engage in the corridor. Mm-hmm. We don't have an option to escape, in a sense, from the corridor. So it's saying, is this a sort of phalanstère where we all have to become part of this worker union in this conglomerate of buildings? It could be really quite interesting. Or is there a greater sense of freedom? Because I don't see the way that you could have your own small deck or backyard or something within this. So I think in detail, you may gain by looking much closer at section. I really enjoy your interior studies, but it is leaving a question mark about when you come to your last site, which is a really interesting site, of quite how much is butting up against blank walls and can't breathe, or are you relying upon the idea that there are massive roof lights that come into interior courtyards? That level of detail of the unit, I think, needs another layer of explanation, Lucas.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Simon.
I agree. Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to answer to the corridor. Like this image shows kind of that potential for the private winter garden, which is, that would be that build out. But as far as the corridor goes, I think it's more, hopefully there would be more freedom to it. But I also like your first point, to be honest. But sorry, go ahead.
Beata.
Thank you for that, Simon.
Yes, I remember liking this project a lot in the midterm, and I like it even more now. First of all, I must congratulate you on a very, I mean, it's a very rich project. You have worked on very many levels, and I think you did something smart by working hard towards mid-time so that you produced material then, which could be backup, or which was really the start of this project. It seemed you could refer to it now and it all seemed consistent in a way. That's very nice. I have a question, and that is there something this is out of curiosity, but also maybe to, I'm just curious. Is there something you feel you didn't do that you would have liked to do?
Yeah, I feel like this building would be really interesting in 3 stories, 4 stories, 5 stories in tighter sites and I wanted to get to that experimentation with it at height. And I don't think I got to it. It kind of left me at 2 stories or 1 story. And I think that was really where I wanted to expand it to.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that might be a good answer, and probably is a good answer. I think I would almost have expected you to say, yes, I would have liked to calculate the cost of this.
That's a good one. I would have.
Yeah, because that could have been, it would not be, yeah, it seems like you could have done it.
Absolutely.
And it would have been a very nice point, I think, because that's the whole starting point for the project, that this is going to be affordable housing. And you seem to have had a surplus of energy or something. It's a lot of architectural energy in this project. And I must say also that I really like this relationship between freedom and rigor. Barry, you said you thought that the corners were the least successful. I actually think that the corners are quite successful, because there is this, you show this freedom in how to solve geometric questions maybe, or it's quite sovereign, we would say in Norwegian. I don't know how you say it in English. So I have to congratulate you. I agree though about the corridors. They seemed, I think in this kind of project you would also have to be quite economic with space, and I think that the large corridors are maybe the weak or the least convincing part of the project, also sort of economically and spatially and functionally.
David.
Thank you, Beat.
Are you there, David?
I have the same feelings of my colleagues, because when we saw your project in the midterm, you show us tons of potential of this kind of your approach. And actually, what I like a lot is the way that you show in a very easy way how you can use or how you can transform a city or a neighborhood or a big area, taking advantage of these residual areas. It's completely feasible, I think. So it's a project that you can show to the municipality, to the council. It's a project that you can add a lot of neighbors, because what I really like about your project is the power that the collective housing and the power that the collective adds value to the context, because you are not thinking about a project that only add a number of square meters and solve a kind of housing problem. You are always talking about, or your images always show us different ways to add value to these neighborhoods with your project. That's why that's what I like a lot in your approach. And in the beginning, when you show your project, I was not very sure about this inner street, this kind of corridor and the proportion. But when you show, can you move forward with your images more? There's one, this one. This is this inner street, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But when you show this image, actually, I understand and I have a clear view about the importance of this space, because it's a space to create this, to create more sense of collectiveness in the whole project. And I think this kind of project really needs this kind of spaces in order to create more links and create networks between the neighbors and between everyone who lives there. So I think it's a really good approach. Also, in the beginning, I have a little bit concerns about this idea to create a project or a small unit, a modular unit, and then multiplicate that unit and use the unit in different shapes in order to use different kind of plots. In the beginning, I was not agree with that idea, but because as an architect, you always think that every plot has a specific way to address the problem. But the feasibility of the project increased a lot when you have one idea and replicate this idea in all of your plots. So that's why this is really, really important to have or to propose a really good basic unit to multiplicate. I think that's all of me.
Great.
Thank you, David.
May I add something?
Yeah, Kevin, please.
So I mean, I agree that there's many successes, and Luke and I have talked about this, and it's a really strong project. I think it's particularly strong at the larger planning stage. But I appreciate all the work that's happened since midterm, and there's a lot of success. What beyond the kind of agenda, though, I feel like it makes sense to talk about the artifact a little bit more, because I feel like Lucas, I don't know if you've actually taken a position yet on the role of the artifact. Like, and in particular, I'm like looking at different different ends of the spectrum. Like, you haven't yet decided if you're interested in the order of the artifact for the sake of order, like in the work of Pezel van Erlichhausen or the writings of Dom van der Laan, you know, that there was something actually important about order, or if you're more inclined towards, you know, things like Elemental or Caesar's work in Evora, the Malaga corridor, like if it's actually more about freedom. And for me, that's the thing that is a conundrum about this. Like, I love the intentions, I love the site planning, I love the idea of finding these spaces and using them in the way you are. And I think that the general setting out of these communal spaces with these adaptable units is great. But I look at, like, for example, that cross.
Mm-hmm. Like, I call it an X, but I get the cross.
Like, to take away any religious aspect to it. But like, like, I wonder like why it takes that shape. It certainly isn't taking that shape because it makes it easier to use. Like, there's one version, if you're interested in the building granting great freedom and interested, for example, in messiness, in the kind of loft-like overtaking of these things, where the character of one unit would feel radically different than the character of another. Like, I would say, why are we using a cross? We actually would want something more neutral that could allow the space to be divided in ways that would actually be more flexible. On the other hand, I start to say, well, okay, so this is someone interested in order. And I look at like the buildings, like their own house and studio from Pezel van Erlichhausen, which I know you've seen because we talked about it last time, where the order of the building has a kind of paramount nature, where regardless of what happens to it, the character is still given by this shell. But then I look more carefully and it's actually not quite there either. Like, you're not actually convinced about it. So I'm left in this position where I feel like, Lucas, can't you be as careful with the artifact as you are with the thoughtfulness of the diagram? Like, if I were being critical, and take this from the position of great respect, because I think it's a terrific project, set out beautifully, a fabulous idea, many points of sort of ingenious like architectural and planning moves. But I feel like I wish you were less satisfied with it and interrogated the object more. I mean, even at the level of like the ledger, like, does the building want to suggest that it should be added to? In that case, why doesn't the masonry step? So there's a suggestion that you can use it, and a hint and an inclination to say, use me this way. And if it's not used, then it's something interesting differently, as opposed to like I feel like you're being too neutral with the artifact.
Right.
Like it's all set up, but to me, that's the thing. Like you haven't taken as strong a stand with the artifact as you have with the setting out of the larger ideas, which are great, no doubt about it. And the X to me is the kind of telltale spot.
Thanks. I mean, I don't know how satisfied I am with the project, but I really appreciate those. I think you're totally right with trying to not being sold on the X. I mean, I don't think I am yet. I think it's an idea.
But they're different. They're just saying that the presence of the building has like you have to take a kind of theoretical position, a conceptual position with what role it plays. Like I know people that have read that book, Architectonic Space, the Don Vanderland book. I don't know if you ever looked at it after we brought it before, but like people like Mauricio Pezo, like he reads that and is like, this is awesome. And then I know other people that read that and are just like, this is so controlling, I can't bear it. And I want to know where you align with that. Like, should the building be like controlling or in that way? Should it really assert itself? Or is it actually more like Caesar's thing, where the building starts to be much more background and the character is given by the life lived inside?
But
Yeah, I think I'm the latter for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think that has been answered by the variations in layout that
the variations are very small. Like I think the variations are very small. Like for example, if you
no, I mean the different sizes. You can combine them in different ways. You can use them in different ways. You can have double heights. You can have single, slabs and so on. So the variety and the degree of build-outs the variety is quite large. I mean, but the funny thing is that you picked up on a topic that Lucas and I also discussed. And it also touches on what Simon originally mentioned in his first remark about how this, in a way, treats the memory of the site, the city, in a certain way, and how through this seeming repetition of units, of live-work units, of residential cells, there is an echo of what Dublin is. However, in a way, and that's where I think David has also identified its central typological difference, and that is it's addressing an idea of a collective, not just in the shared green space, but through this corridor that Lucas has suggested, which I think is actually the most ambiguous part of the scheme. How do you transform a society that's been under British rule for centuries, that has been used to Victorian, Queen Anne, Georgian house typologies and the ideas of privacy and a kind of nuclear family, to something which is more 21st century? Right? And so what this suggests is a move into the 21st century, yet there are all these lingering memories of the cross and the house typology, right? So that is part of the memory. That is part of the memory of the culture and so on. So I think that these things are quite legitimate issues to deal with, and I think that they're very powerful things that one should address as architects. And the more neutral you can make these things, and the less you speak about them, even if your critics speak about them, the more valued or valuable they are, because you leave it to in the same way as you sort of vary the occupation or the kind of build out of these units, you can also leave that to the people who live in these places, whether they want to accept that or not. But I think the key issue is, how do you deal with, or are you consciously in control of using the idea of repetitive cells as live-work units as a way to transform an idea of community in Ireland, or for that matter, in any other place around the world. Because we have been, as I said, we have had centuries of an idea of private life. And how do we create an idea of community or communality or collective in contemporary live-work typologies? That I think is the most interesting challenge that we have.
And that's actually why I really like those communal spaces. But I just want to make one point again back to the cross. If you took out the perpendicular lines of the cross, all of a sudden those units are radically more flexible, but less present. And there's no problem with taking it away. Like there's no less ease at getting plumbing or anything.
I think I was stuck on, I like the idea of the small 150 square foot unit could have a bathroom, right? And that was something that really interested me.
I don't actually think you should get rid of it, but I just want to say, like, if you compare that to the planning of the thing Wilfried's talking about, like the big open space that is really, the character is going to be given by what's happening in there. And I just think, like, I agree with you, Wilfried, entirely. I just feel like there's a decision being made on like the role the architecture plays in that, like in defining character.
Right. So we are going to close this debate, but I think one final thought, and that is, in the perspectives that you are proposing, there is an interesting, and in the typologies that you're proposing, there is an interesting atmosphere of non-excitedness. And I think that is, given the era that we're living through, not just COVID, but the kind of social and political issues, I think this is such a welcome antidote. And I think I would like to commend you on that. So, Lucas, thank you very much for the terrific presentation.
Appreciate it.
We're going to take a 25-minute break, and we'll be back at 3 p.m. Austin time. Thank you, everyone. Adam.
Hi, Wilfried.
Welcome to the third session of this final review.
Good to see you. How are you doing?
Well, thank you. It's a little bit further ahead in the evening than it is in Austin.
I would imagine.
It's now nearly 10 p.m. and we're going to have a 2-hour session, and we're going to be maybe in need of a glass of alcoholic beverage in order to sustain us for the last few hours.
And to
although it's strictly illegal according to UT regulations.
Oh, that's good. I'm sure the students would love to join in on that regard as well. Some of them, at least. Yeah.
I'm not supposed to encourage anyone to.
Certainly not.
And I'm glad. Oh, it's live on YouTube, so I need to refrain talking about this.
Yes, have a nice glass of water.
Yes, or tea. It's just tea. It looks like whiskey, but it's actually tea.
Oh, I see some familiar faces in here.
So,
hi, John.
Let me introduce Adam Miller, who is joining us for this third and final session this afternoon. And we're also joined by John Blood. We have 3 other critics, and they are Barry Price from upstate New York, from Bearsville. Barry Price is founder of his own practice and has been in practice for the last 25 years, I think, or 20 years.
Yeah.
For sure, right?
25.
25 years. David Barragan is founding partner of Alborde, practice in Quito, Ecuador, and he is joining us from Ecuador. And then there's Beate Helmebach from Oslo. She's the founding partner of Mante Kula. And John Blood, I think some of you have met at the introduction. He's a professor at UT and has been teaching visual communications, and is also involved at the radio, television, and film department in production design, and is also teaching at his alma mater. And Adam Miller is the Race and Gender Fellow, or what's the proper title? Race and Gender Built Environment Fellow at UT, and has taken specific interest in the relationship between aesthetics, power, and architecture, seen through the lens of queer space, queer architecture, and has been offering courses over the last couple of years on this subject. And he's also been practicing as an architect in designing music festival in Oakland, California. And so you will be interested in one particular student who has proposed a music center in Dallas. That's part of a network of music centers for certain kinds of groups that otherwise would not have a facility to practice and to meet. So, but with that introduction, I haven't actually talked about the topic of the studio. The topic was left to the students to decide, to identify a need that needs to be addressed through their architecture. So you will see 4 different programs, 4 different sites, 4 different needs. And so we begin with Kaiyu Zhou from China. Kaiyu is an urban designer, and it's his first studio in architecture. So Kai,
Yes.
you're on.
Yeah,
Please.
okay. Let me take over. Hello, everyone. Let me share my screen. Okay. Hello, everyone. My project is called Foodtopia because I want to build a community based on food production and processing that can rebuild people's relationship. And let us talk about the background. So there is a new phenomena that more people are living alone in today's world. The aging, how is this? Sorry. The aging population is one fact, and the rise of young people choosing to live alone is another fact. And according to US Census, in America, nearly 13% of people living alone in 2019. On the other hand, the kitchen has been no longer just served as a utilitarian room for servants or housewife to prepare meals. It is more of a social space because food has the power to unite people. And according to a survey by IKEA in 2015, more than 30% of people who live alone wish they could eat together with others more often. And as a result, my proposal is to design a communication serve as a social communication space where people can learn how to cook and enjoy a self-cooked meal together. So let's talk about Foodtopia. Foodtopia is a community based on food production and processing. If we explain it in an ideal model, it is about 300 by 300 meters in dimension, which is about 5 minutes for people to walk from one side to the other side. At this distance, people can just walk to the communication without a car. And 13 single-person households will engage in this project, and 8 people can eat in the communication at one time if we set the sharing percent is 13%. And I choose a site to build the communication, where it is located in the neighborhood of Highland in the North Austin. It is a piece of vacant land about 1,200 square meters near the Airport Boulevard and Austin Metro line, surrounded by some famous Asian food markets that I used to go to, which provide a very good food foundation for my project. And Highland is very special in terms of its marital status, where nearly 70% of people live in single. So let's talk about the communication. This is my site plan. Because the neighborhood is consisted of some very common double-pitched single-family house, I follow the context to put a double-pitched building here, make it oriented vertically to face to the major road, and leave some space for the front garden, which can provide a green buffer from the road, and 3 entrances coming from 3 different roads lead to the building. I grow different types of crops in the garden to provide food, and 1 chicken coop, 3 beehives to provide eggs and honey. On the boundary of the site, I plant some apple trees to prevent the garden from people will stealing the crops. And also it is a very soft edge for the site. And here is a list for the food it can produce from, as you can see, from vegetables, fruit to rice, egg, and honey. The garden can provide the basic nutrition that people need every day. And for the building, in a previous exercise, I designed a wooden pavilion for hanging fish in my hometown. It looked like this. And I decided to transform the structure and the people's spatial feeling to my communication. And that looks like it. With the wooden truss as the skeleton, the building is lifted above the ground, and a set of beams ties the trusses together, and also the beams can support the sliding door. Then on the truss is the longitudinal brace with the set of wooden panel inserted in, served as the ceiling of the inside for my building. Then I added the rafter and slate roof. What all people will see inside the building is wood. So that's the basic element for my building. And also, as the fishermen can sit on the fish pavilion to enjoy the scenery, the veranda, the platform is very important to the communication, as we can see on the perspective. Because the post is on the inside of the building, people can sit on the veranda, and what they will see is a very clean and horizontal image for the garden. And also, I make the height of the roof very low for a very intimate atmosphere. The height from the eaves to the platform is 1.5 meters, which is exactly at the eye level, making people want to sit on the veranda to see the garden. Also, the grooves on the ground can collect the rainwater that drops from the roof. And that's the plan. We can see that three off-center approaches bring people from three different directions. The sliding door differentiates the veranda and the inside kitchen. But I want to blur the inside and outside because I want the kitchen to interact with the environment more. I create also on the veranda. I created a different spatial experience, like the porch. The entrance is very big and wide, very open, and on the other side, two wooden units. That's the storage room and the rest room. Like they will squeeze the veranda a little bit, make a different spatial feeling. Then on the left, there are three different, I think that's the basic functional elements for my kitchen. That's the cabinet, the dining table, and the cooking bench. I make them follow the form of the building that is lifted above the ground. Since I want to blur the inside and outside, I hope the floor panel looks unbroken. It's like this. I applied what's called a sky frame for my sliding door design to make the edge of the sliding door disappear. And people will only see two very thin gaps on the floor plan. That is about 10 millimeters. It's very thin. And that's the mosquito net on the top. And when people are open the sliding door, people can just pull down the mosquito net to prevent the mosquito coming, and also it can let the window in to let the window flow. And that's how people will feel when they are walking towards the communal kitchen. They will find the building lifted above the vegetables, so like the building is floated, and the dining table is at the center of the building. The slate roof looks very irregular and rough, which is an interesting contrast compared to the very precise wooden structure below. And that's my garden. The beehive and the chicken coop are the micro version of my building. The crops are like trees for the chicken and the bees, which will bring them security. And the shrub on the edge can prevent people from stealing the honey and the chicken. And the flowers on the front can invite honeybees to live here. So all in all, also due to the pandemic, it has been a long time that people can't meet and have a nice self-cooked meal together. And I hope this communication will bring people together again someday. And that's the last perspective of my communication, that people can see the structure, people can see the inside of the building, and the mesh under the platform can prevent small animals to come under the building. Yeah, okay, that's my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Kei. Comments, please.
Who should start?
John.
I guess I'll start. Okay, I've been starting all the reviews today. This is the architecture looks, it's very, there's a lot of really nice things going on with this project, and it's a very interesting proposal that raises some questions that I'd like to push a little bit harder. Who owns this place? I mean, we're in Texas in the United States, and we have certain ideas about property and ownership and open space and who owns what. So there's a whole potential political aspect to this in terms of whose it is. Is this something which is like completely communal? There's a couple different variants on what this project is that could be very interesting. One of which, because we're in Texas and we were founded on the premise that we had lots of open space, there's a huge amount of unclaimed, unused space in our community. Like all the area around the sides of the highways, there's acres and acres of unclaimed, unused space. And if you just did an inventory of the neighborhood of all of those little bitty bits of property that weren't used for anything, you would quickly get acres and acres of potential property that could be applied towards what your mission is. So I just want to introduce that. That's not what your project is. But I'll go back to the question of whose this is and who owns it. Is it completely communal? Can anyone come here? What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, firstly, I think, yes. So firstly, there are so much vacant land in Austin, and I define myself as like a small design team that we form a company to like operate this program. So that's why I came about the name of the project and what it looks like, and I select a site to build this. But actually, it's more like a product. It can apply to many different space. Like there are so many vacant land in Austin. So I don't quite know. Maybe not a single person owns this house, on this community. It's like a company. They will like buy a piece of land, they will build this, and they will like put it online to invite people to come in to enroll this project. And they are living single, so they will eat together. So that's I think. If I that, I will ask you answer your question. I don't know if that.
It's food and utopia. Correct?
Yes.
I got it. That's nice. It's good. Well, first off, I just love the openness of the pavilion. It's just something which I think is completely satisfying. I love the scale that you've created in the space, the nuance of how someone might want to sit down because the height is so low. The fact that it feels like it's open all the way around, I think is quite wonderful. Gosh, I'm not going to ask the question about security, but this is Texas, so I guess the owners will just have guns, or I don't know. I'm not even going to raise that question or not, but I love the openness of it, and if there's a way that it can be protected as this, so that the whole space of the site was a utopia, I think that'd be a very wonderful thing. Please go to your plan. I think that there's some ways that it could be pushed a little bit further. That dining table looks very ordinary to me. Like, go to the inside plan. This just looks like a very ordinary dining room table to me, and I'm just wondering if there isn't some idea to extend the concept of the. Oh shoot! I can't annotate on this. Okay, well, imagine that I was drawing on this table here and taking the concept of the utopia as an experience, and instead of this being a table for 8 people, it was a table that was extended in length so that you could sit 16 people inside, and maybe that table at the end turned into the cooking platform, so that it was all one singular gesture about occupation and communal experience. And so that little piece of architecture or communal space of the table itself began to be part of an extension of the idea, or micro internal expression of the idea. And then maybe the table that's outside might also align with this. We have this very, very long strip of something that could be occupation and anybody could sit down at any place. And it wasn't something which, like, there was this little bit of conventional space, but it's something about where you would sit in small groups and exchange with people, but you'd have to share it with the people cooking and with the people that might drift in from outside or the people that are outside. Just as an idea, I might pursue just the furnishings and the furniture is something that extends that concept that you so beautifully depicted for us.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, I think about that before, but since I want only 8 people will eat in the communication, because I think 8 people will create a very intimate atmosphere when they are eating. So I set the size of the table not too long. And also I think about the cooking experience, because when you are eating and when you are cooking, it is a different environment, because when you are cooking, the temperature is very high, people will feel hot. So I want to like make the 2 part this part. But also I think it's a way to combine them into a one very long bench. But it depends on people's feeling, I think.
Yeah, but you only get one group of 8 people. So, I mean, it would, what if someone else wants to come and join? So it's the kind of thing where you might want to use the table itself as something which questions architectural space and occupation in the same way that you've done it with the scale of the height, where you're encouraging people to sit down and explore space at a lower schedule. So I do think that there's some opportunity that's in there. Way back a long time ago, Herman Hertzberger wrote a book with beautiful little ideas, one of which talked about the architecture of the table, or as the sort of micro piazza, as an opportunity for people to interact or exchange ideas with each other.
Yes. Okay.
Adam or Beate or
Sure. Yeah, you may already be familiar with this, and I think you are. But this project just reminded me of a lot of Kengo Kuma's work in general, but in particular this one community garden that also has a community kitchen as part of it, the Nest We Grow project. But in terms of like, there's something about this. I commend you on the great level of detail. Like I also like that you were designing for mosquitoes, because they are really a big nuisance. I like that everything seems so considered, but it almost feels a bit rarefied. It feels like it could have a bit more looseness to it. And one thing that is kind of sticking out to me is its relationship to the site. That feels a bit unresolved. In terms of that location, I'm familiar with it. I believe it's a very busy street around there, near the Asian market. It's a very busy area.
Yeah,
Yes.
Apple Boulevard is a very busy boulevard.
It's very Guadalupe Street is a very it is not pedestrian friendly. You do not want to be walking around there, and I feel like the site work could have really addressed that condition more acutely with the architecture, and like in some way addressing the violence of the traffic that moves along that corridor, and in another way, opening itself sort of to the residential zone in a more embracing way, such that there might be a little bit more direct communal space. Right now, it's kind of surrounded by trees, and you would not really be entering. You would not most likely be entering from the north there. You would probably be entering from the residential side, or
Yes.
so I feel like the way that the building is just sited onto the site itself, I feel it could be rotated against, and kind of feel like it could have a backside almost that's like acting as a barrier wall to kind of protect against the elements of the very fast traffic that moves along Guadalupe, and as well as the diagonal corridor there. So I feel like its siting and its relationship to the residential area could have been different. It feels, yeah, a bit neutral about its position on the larger landscape.
Yes. Yeah, first I think because the Guadalupe Street is very busy, so I moved the building to the left a little bit to leave more space from the busy street. And also I think the fruit trees is something that also firstly it prevents the people will come into the garden, but also the fruit trees will, like, they have apples on the trees. It also something that is welcome people to come here, because when you see the apples, when you see the fruits, you will see something that welcome you, and then you will find an entrance to come into the building. And also I think maybe I can put the fruit trees a little to the distance between them a little bit wider, so there are more gaps between the residential area and the communication. So maybe that is one way to make it more open to the residential area.
David.
I like a lot your project, and I saw all of your ideas in the midterm. And what I want to add today is what I like a lot is this understanding to create a new facility for a neighborhood in order to create safer neighborhoods or friendly neighborhoods. You have schools, you have church, you have, I don't know, health facilities. And now we can add a public kitchen. I think it's a really good to see how the potential of multiplicate your idea in all of the neighborhoods, because these kind of places create a big sense of community, because you are promoting the gathering of people, you are promoting that the neighborhoods meet each other. So I like a lot this idea to create this kind of strategies and to try to redefine the idea of public facilities. Also, I want to add something that I like a lot. We live in a society that depends a lot of the cars, and you have a very clear statement here. Your space don't have space to parking spaces. Mm-hmm. So everyone who use this place can have to come by foot. And I like a lot these ideas, because it's very powerful and it's very clear the way that you explain this problem. And also it's very consistent, because you are promoting the gathering space for the neighbors of that area in specific for that area. Also, what I like a lot is the simplicity of your design and the powerful of your simple gestures with the architecture. I didn't know before that your background is in urban design. Can you show us the section? You have a section when you explain this one. Yes. Back. Okay. Back. This one. This one. Okay. I like a lot the way that you explain how you develop the section of this pavilion, because it's very, very subtle, but at the same time it's very powerful, because you are understanding that you don't have the same impact in the space and in the garden and in the experience inside of this pavilion. You only need to move the roof a little bit lower, and you create this sense of connection. I like a lot the subtleness that you have to develop this kind of details of this kind of experience. It's really good to see this kind of approach from the midterm to the final exam. I like a lot. And also I have a question. And this question is about vocabulary. I'm from Latin America. English is not my first language, but the name of your project is Foodtopia.
Yes.
Food, no Foodtopia. Do you know what I mean? For me, if I read Foodtopia, I connect with something that I can move by foot. I don't know, but I'm not connecting with food.
Yes.
Just a little detail, because your project is very well solved, and you receive a lot of feedback of me in the midterm. So that's all. I think that's all. Congrats.
Thank you.
It's really, really good, your project.
Thank you, David.
Yes,
Barry and
thank you.
Beate.
I guess I'll talk. I mean, I remember the project from the mid-review. I think it's developed in terms of the articulateness of the structure. I'm not sure that the site plan has evolved. So I'll say, you know, I appreciate the elegance of the building and the specificity of the, you know, the eave and the degree of, I don't know if it's control or encouragement that you're providing for how you want people to behave along the perimeter. I think let's go to the site plan for a sec. I still feel like the building is kind of neutral about its relationship to that position on the site. You know, on the one hand, you have a gable roof to acknowledge, you know, the typical buildings, but then you're much more articulate about the detailing. There's no acknowledgement of that diagonal avenue that comes through. You sort of treat every side the same. And I don't know the site, but I just imagine that there's an opportunity to develop those adjacencies. So, you know, so there's some acknowledgement of, you know, the speed of cars that come by, how pedestrians, it doesn't feel like it's evolved since the mid-review. I don't know what more to say than that. And then if you go back to this seems like a really small point, but go to your perspective looking at the building. I think it's towards the end.
The last one. The last one.
Rodent gate on the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah. It seems my sense is that to be so articulate and so prescriptive about the roof eave and how you want people to behave, and it looks like you've sat the building at a certain height so it becomes a bench, which I really appreciate. I just it seems like a small point, but I just feel to have that lattice there and to suddenly have the building be a barrier and not to encourage the site to be just open and have the confidence that, you know, things can move around underneath there, and, you know, you'll have to just work that into the detailing in some way. That just feels like a surrender relative to something else that's, you know, you're so specific about how the glass and how the screen and all these things are developed in such a highly refined way, and then, you know, you just buy lattice at the lumber yard and staple it to the, you know, to the piers underneath. So it's a fine point, but I think if the architecture is going to be so specific, you're obligated to solve that in a more elegant way. So those are my points.
Okay.
Chickens.
Beate.
Yeah, I'm a bit more critical, actually. I saw the project in midterm, and I too appreciate the idea a lot. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a well-seen problem, and this too is a problem that requires an architectural, or the way you put it, it requires an architectural solution. And I think I'm a bit surprised that it hasn't developed more since midterm. And I wholeheartedly agree on the criticism of the site plan, because this is a very sort of generic site plan, and one thing is that it doesn't relate to the streets that on all the sides, but neither does it say anything about the garden or how the garden is kept or used, or the difference between south and north and west and east, and there's just no sort of, it doesn't seem to be a real presence, I think, on the site. And when it comes to the building, it might be elegant, but it's also quite unresolved, I think. If you look at the perspective from the gable, it's clear Yeah, it's, I mean, I see your intentions, of course, and I think the intention is a very good space. But if you start to look at the structure here and the way the boards are, the direction of the boards compared to the structure, and it's a quite small building, and I think it could have been kept as simple as it is, but then it could be very detailed to a much different level. I think you had some standard details of the sliding doors, but I mean, this is really what such a building could be about as a study. I think it could have been taken further, and
I think Beate, you're right, but please also remember this is his first
building. I understand. I understand, but still, there is there's, and actually that's what, maybe that is my point, that the idea is great, and then I think you need to figure out what part of the idea can really be studied in a way, and yeah.
No,
So,
I mean, I understand your criticism, but I think this is also my role as a critic who has been teaching in the United States for over 30 years and 35 years. And I'm just, I just want to throw in this remark that it's not easy to get people to address a scale of design that they've never addressed before, never. So, you know, I agree with you, a lot more could have been done, but you have to reach a certain understanding and threshold of comprehension of what architecture is before you can even debate some of these things. So I'm sorry to cut you off because we have to move. I'm sorry.
One last comment, very, very quickly, super quickly. I would adjust that last statement to say that the site needs space. The building is dominating the center of the space, and all of the site is just marginal space around it. It needs to be a beautiful exception as a pavilion that sits within a perceivable void. That's it.
Thank you, John. We thank you, Kayu, and we now go to Pranav.
Thank you.
Hi, I'll share my screen. Okay, can everyone see that?
Yeah, there are gray pads, gray areas around the image. I'm not sure where that.
That's the Zoom. That must be your Zoom panel. That's the gray part. You'll want to share only the PDF document, not your desktop.
Gotcha. Let me try doing that again.
Thank you, Adam.
Sure.
I don't know anything about this.
Okay, how does that look?
A little bit better. Yeah, okay. Let's go. Let's try that.
Okay. So my name is Pranav, and I'm looking at architecture facilitating musical culture. And the way I want to do that is address kind of the issue of music deserts in low-income urban areas. And I want to do that by proposing a community music center typology for Dallas, Texas. So what a music desert is basically when there aren't enough musical resources in a given area. And the way that I hope to remedy that with architecture is by implementing quality architecture that provides musical resources in lower income communities that would lead to an influx of musical activity in the area, and as a result generate artistic and economic output. And one of the precedents that I looked at for this was the birth of hip hop in New York, which is often attributed to the fact that a lot of the Corbusian housing complexes in the area had very well maintained public spaces that allowed for the first kind of parties and events that really allowed hip hop to gain its traction. and there's been positive events in the country as a result. And so I chose a similar case study of Dallas for my chosen city, I guess, because Dallas has kind of a similar socioeconomic balance as New York at the time, yet it doesn't have nearly as large of a music scene as so many of its competing cities, such as New York, Chicago, LA, or Atlanta. And I think that it could be argued that one of the reasons for that is because it doesn't have the adequate architectural spaces for the diffusion of music culture that a place like New York might have had at the time. And so I wonder that although those architectural effects in New York were accidental, if you could try and achieve the same thing intentionally, I wonder if it would result in a similar effect or maybe even a stronger diffusion of musical culture throughout the city. So I organized the rest of the presentation through a detail, a space, building, and a context that I'll get into in the next slide. The detail that I looked at was kind of this wooden panel that I felt I kind of looked at in a previous phase of the studio that I felt could serve acoustic, structural, and spatial qualities in the building. For a precedent study that we also looked at earlier in this semester, I looked at the Berlin Philharmonie, which kind of pioneered this idea of a performance space, having the performer in the center and surrounded by the audience. That kind of led to more of an intimate relationship that I was attempting to iterate and apply to a different context. Model and sketch was an important I guess, design factor for me to develop that, looking at my own, as well as like through my own experiences as a musician. And then looking at the context, I mapped out kind of clusters of musical resources the same way that they had identified music deserts in other cities throughout the city of Dallas, and correlating it with income levels. You can kind of see there's a lack of musical resources in the more lower income areas of Dallas. And then looking at kind of my chosen area of study, I looked at, again, the individual kind of music buildings, and also the white squares I used as places that I felt could potentially be a site for the typology. And this red one over here is the one that I'm choosing to focus on. And this is just a diagram looking at how an adaptive program might address different edges of the site. This is how I designed the building, looking at producing, performing, and practicing music, and dividing program into those 3 volumes, and then deriving a central space and circulation system around that, and furthering the building there. And then lastly, I have the drawings, the site plan, the floor plan, also with labels with kind of those main programs, and also some supporting programs like practice rooms and a networking lounge and a kitchen to go with it. I looked at a section that this looks at the performance space, and then it looks at the music store and the storage space beneath it. And also practice rooms on the right side and the recording studio on the left side. When developing a performance space, having adaptable components was really important to me to kind of allow for the performance of a lot of different genres of music. So I incorporated things like adjustable seating, adjustable stage height, rotating panels to open up the space a little bit more, operable panels on the ceiling for different acoustic qualities, and kind of a large door that can slide down that separates the interior from the exterior for when the space might want to be closed off. So I rendered the building within the context that I've chosen, as well as 2 other site contexts, just taking away, especially during my mid-review, you know, I kind of learned to render things with context, just to kind of test the efficiency of looking at this as a typology. I rendered it in the nighttime as well. I looked at the performance space from the perspective of a viewer. And lastly, I have an interior render of the recording studio. And that concludes my presentation. And thanks everyone for your time.
Thank you, Pranav. Comments?
Thanks. That was really interesting. The music deserts thing is an interesting issue that I've never heard of brought up in architectural discussion. So I think that's really cool that you as a musician sounds like are particularly interested in this. And I'm also curious more to see what you've learned from, I guess, your understanding of hip hop history, how things have developed, because what is not discussed here, at least, is its relationship to like a density of like housing, for example. I think a lot of that stuff where the collaboration happened in community areas was out of necessity, and a lack of resources, and people figured out how to do it, right? And you're trying to find an architectural solution to that. I'm wondering if there could be some kind of residency program here as well, if there could be some kind of like housing or like temporary housing component or permanent housing component that is here, or if this siting of this could actually be located near existing like apartment complexes or places that already have a higher density and probably lack community resources already. I'm not so sure what's happening in this particular site, like the demographics there or the what might already be like community space. But I think it would be interesting if this could be not just one location, but could be located strategically in like all of the zones that might be lacking this kind of communal space. And it's probably like near low income housing where they are not given the communal resources that they should have. And so instead of, you know, being forced to just ad hoc meet in the hallways or in the playground, now there's actually a space that's made for this that is can facilitate that kind of conversation. I liked the representations a lot. I think they're really nice. The design of the roof being outside reminds me a lot of this project in Mexico, the Escuela Nacional de Arte Teatral. I don't speak Spanish, sorry. Which has it's a performing arts center in Mexico City, and it's a much larger scale than this, but it has a very similar like giant roof that kind of wraps everything together, and it's really interesting. So I would take a look at that. And your representations and interest in graffiti remind me of the work of the architect John Zott.
Oh, sorry, how do you spell the last name?
S-Z-O-T.
Thanks, John.
Yep. No, he's a graduate of our school and a very, very interesting person. Cool.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. That nicely leads the word to John. Unless you want to address some of those points, Pranav, the issue of the demographics and the choice of the site. So
I will say that I did choose the site because of something that you talked about, the kind of lack of community areas by it, but I hadn't really thought about the aspect of housing at all. And I think that's a really, really great point. And yeah, I mean, thanks for bringing it up. That's a great point.
John.
Cool. Yeah. No, it's Pranav, if I remember correctly, I'm on, right? Okay. Yeah. That you like rap, but you're also a trained classical musician. Am I correct about that?
That is true. I'm so surprised you remember that.
Oboe, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's right.
So what I'm very interested in the social aspects of the program, because as you well know, that there's aspects of just practice. It's like you in a room alone practicing. There's rehearsal, which is you with some group of other people rehearsing or like going through the motions, and then there's also performance. So there's something which is quite like crafted or designed, i.e. classical music, but then there's also something which is more spontaneous and improvisational. And these have very interesting, I think, social ramifications in terms of if it's you by yourself or if it's you with someone else, if it's something which is encourages a spontaneous interaction, or if it you have to sign up for the recording studio, and what opportunities might exist within this realm of the interaction dynamic.
Oh yeah, that's a great point, and I was definitely thinking a lot about that too, and that's kind of why I varied the sizes of the practice rooms. You know, like at the top of this section, it's an individual practice room for one person. At the bottom, it's a rehearsal room for a group, and then I kind of tried to make the studios as free as possible for a more spontaneous experience, like you're talking about. So yeah, I definitely was thinking a lot about that too.
Okay.
I like your idea to create small community music places, music centers, and the idea to replicate all of these projects in the whole city and so many places. I think is really, really interesting. I also believe that it is feasible because the scale of the project can be reproduced very easy, and you can create public any kind of policy to do this kind of replication, to do this kind of multiplication of your project, of your idea. What I'm not sure and what I really don't like is the strategy of replication, because you show us an idea of copy-paste strategy of the same project when you show your project in different scenarios. So this idea of copy-paste, I don't think is the best. What I think is really good in your project is the way that you understand the different elements, but maybe in order to create a better strategy to reproduce your project, it could be great if you can show us the different ways to assemble your idea in different scenarios, not the same idea, not the copy-paste idea. The copy-paste idea only give us okay, yeah, you show this image, but you don't show this image in your 3D images. Maybe if your renders can show us different ways to assemble, it could be more believable. Do you know what I mean? We understand you wanna, you thought about different ways to assemble these pieces, but you are not demonstrating this idea in your final renders.
No, you're absolutely right, and that's something that I was aiming to do as well. To be completely honest, the only reason that the kind of intention I had with this diagram didn't make it to the final renders was because of time purposes. But you're absolutely right, and I'll definitely take that into consideration when I'm putting it in the portfolio.
Does that big center roof thing move, or is that just something I want it to do? So I love gadgets and buildings that open up and change. So I don't remember if I'm projecting onto you or not. It does remind me a little, if it did, it reminds me of Studio Gang's Starlight Theater. I think it's the one that opens up completely or transforms in a way. And then, this could do it in a kind of like, low tech mass, like a garage door, kind of like, in a counterweight or something. It could be very, very simple so that it does at a community level, like open up and transform in some kind of like theatrical way.
Right. So yeah, I do have kind of like a sliding door right here, but the mass itself doesn't move, but that's a really cool idea.
Yeah, well, we've been waylaid by Dilys Video's Houston, what's it called, Hudson Yard thing. I mean, it's just so outrageous that I think we should erase that from our memories.
Well,
because I think it's just such a difficult thing to reach for any community, and you just basically ruin the budget for 200 units of music centers like this. Anyway, Beate.
Yeah, a lot has been said. Actually, I'm curious. This is just a question. I would like to hear you expand a bit on it. The sort of architectural expression of the building, or the way the sort of, yeah, how did you, because it has changed a bit since midterm, and I'm just curious to hear.
For sure. So this is something that I definitely like thought a lot about. But one thing I was looking at was in terms of materiality, I was looking a lot at kind of the vernacular architecture of Dallas and how I can maybe take that and reinterpret it just slightly. So still kind of fitting within the realm of that context and not deviating from it too far, but still trying to, I guess, be interesting in a way. And in terms of the form, I was talking a lot about maybe putting my own background as a musician into it, like, for example, kind of like rhythmically staggering the windows and kind of sloping the roof and the metal to create a rhythm that it fits into. So that's just kind of what I was thinking when I was working with the architecture of it, like you're saying.
Yeah, the reason why I was curious is because it's a very, very specific form, or it's a very specific expression with the brick and the side panels and the roof and everything, and one can sort of see where it's like fragments put together, and the complete composition of it is very specific, and that is interesting, or I'm a bit surprised maybe about, or with this approach to an idea of a type that can be situated and built very many places. In a way, it seems to me that its character is more of an collage of different elements than something that has grown out of its use, maybe, or of its content or expression, maybe.
No, I agree. One thing that I was thinking about personally is maybe giving the building a little bit more, and this is just, my naive hope of giving the building a little bit of personality and a little bit of identity, because I think a typology like this replicated around the city, as I was talking about, with kind of this specific character that it has to it, I feel might lead to kind of more of a sense of identity of like culture and community that musicians feel towards their city, just kind of strengthening that idea that already exists. And so that's kind of why I wanted to make it as distinct as I ended up being.
Yeah,
but I absolutely understand what you're saying.
I like the distinctness, and I certainly think it's a good idea to make a building with a clear identity. I was just wondering where that identity comes from, because it seemed to me to be sort of pieced together of other identities. That was my
I think, but that's quite a correct observation. Pranav produced, I would say, about at least 24 variations on how to create this three-sided enclosure on the one hand, and it ranges from a very strict brick version to a version where he was beginning to look at different materials and different roof forms that were continuous. So this version where the roof and cladding is continuous is the one that existed at a certain stage. But this is also a skin of perforated corrugated metal, and behind which there is another layer of wall in which the windows are embedded. So during the day, you would not necessarily see the windows, you'd see just the corrugation of the metal. and there were different colors that were studied. So that ranged also from dark to gold to this this galvanized sheet metal. So there is a lot of trial and error in this.
I'm no expert in rap and hip hop, but is there not some connection between the concept of collage and compositional theory with rap and hip hop, Pranav?
I mean, I know about graffiti, if that's what you're saying, but I'm not sure about like collage and compositional theory. But that sounds really interesting. I'm definitely about to look it up.
Yeah.
I think Pranav is more a practitioner and less a theoretician. You should check out his YouTube.
I'm happy to send my music in the Zoom chat after the review.
Please do. That would be great.
Barry.
Just a couple quick comments. I mean, I'm taken with the night rendering and the transparency of what goes on in the building. But I just think it's in need of distillation. I think there's three things that it offers. One is outreach, and I think that roof form that sort of, it's like a marquee, the way a movie theater would sort of reach out to the street and suggest kind of gathering. So I think it's effective in that way, kind of on the urban scale. I think that whether the graffiti that you show on the brick is designed, or whether you're offering the building as a tablet to the community, I don't know which one it is, but I think you need to be more clear about that. I would prefer that you offer the building as this, like as a canvas for street art. And I love the idea that the transparency of the building comes and goes, but I just think it's burdened by too much architecture. I just think you need to distill it down to what the real intent is there.
Yeah, well, we haven't talked about the different roof forms, and we'll keep quiet about that. Any
I agree.
Any final comments, please?
I would expect the night view to be glowing from the inside out when the underside of that roof, and have it be translucent with lights in it, and be more movie.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the roof form, that big canopy, is also designed to deflect sound. So there is an acoustic reason for it. Okay, Pranav, thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah. Thank you to everyone for listening.
Cool, nice, good to see you.
Priscilla.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Very impressed, John, that you remembered that he both is a hip hop artist, as well as he plays the first oboe in the UT orchestra.
Yep, no mean feat. Good stuff.
Let me see how I can full screen this. Hello, everyone. My name is Priscilla, and I'm going to talk really briefly about, what I kind of explored at the beginning of the semester, which was things that we were good at and things that we were just really interested in more than the average person. And so I'm also really interested in food, in cooking. I love cooking. I also love eating. I mean, who doesn't? I love plants. I love growing them and understanding what plants like what types of locations, what amount of sunlight and that type of thing. And with food obviously comes also the love of getting people together in community. And so I dived in a little bit to, I dove into research a little bit about food production. The existing state of food production is very problematic. You can maybe see in this really tiny little map that the red dots are all the farms that have disappeared between 2007 to 2012. So big farms are becoming bigger and small farms are rapidly dying out. This creates, a monopoly of farms and centralizes the food supply chain, which also makes it very fragile in case something happens to these, bigger suppliers, then it can become very problematic. As well, this creates a lot of embodied energy in the form of transportation of a lot of food. Produce is also not fresh and it's picked when unripe. Again, it's transported over great distances. So the quality of food is bad and the embodied energy is high. The other issue that I'm also interested in that came up as we talked about how to deal with this monopolizing food production is to localize it. But in places such as Austin, land costs are extremely high. So talking with Wilfried, and he suggested, and I explored the idea of, repurposing the suburban lawn. It's this enormous amount of space that is really underutilized. It's also the largest irrigated crop in the USA, uses like a lot of high-grade potable water. So very wasteful, and it just seems to be a very good potential to reuse it in a different way. As well, kind of tangentially, the idea of mental health being a serious issue that's growing too. A lot of Americans have serious thoughts of suicide, over 10 million. With COVID-19, it increased like dependence on screen time, anxiety, stress, decreasing motivation. And these are things like the US is like one of the most stressed countries in the world. I think the top 10 pretty frequently. So these ideas all come together, and there's actually precedent that unifies these ideas in the Victory Garden of the World Wars. So in the World Wars, like people are encouraged to grow produce on whatever land they have, on their lawn, in the local parks. And this produced 8 million tons of food, making up 40% of the produce consumed nationally. And the American diet was also healthier than ever before. So I'm exploring the idea of producing food locally in this next model. So this is really the idea of the Victory Garden. Being planted, and a very small garden. Here it says 15 by 25 feet can feed a family of 2 to 4 people. And I calculate it to be a bit higher, especially if you are like an inexperienced grower. So the new model, I'm still thinking about the title. I call it New Eden, but it could be something else like a wellness farm, is a suburban food production model. So the idea is that individuals can grow vegetables on their lawns. And the whole idea is to localize the food production to reduce transportation as well. And then there will be neighborhood hubs that supplement this food production by growing fruits and also providing a source of protein such as fish or poultry. I choose to focus on fish because it's also one of the highest imported foods in the US. And then on the regional scale, you have the larger crops like corn, rice, wheat, beef, that kind of thing. So on this side here, the idea is that these wellness farms here I wrote are within walking distance. So people are willing to walk around 5 minutes to get to their destination without using a car. So very wanting to have a car-free kind of situation. So the site I chose is in East Austin. This is a vacant lot. As well, in East Austin, the soil profiles is a bit better because it's closer to the river. This lot right here is in one of the lowest income zip codes, 78721. And the population density means that if we do the kind of quarter-mile radius situation, it will service around 600 people. On this site, and this site's about 40,000 square feet. So I explored some sketches for the ideas of what kind of material I want to use, and I'm really interested in like tectonic construction with using wood, and also creating like intimate spaces. As well, I love the idea of having overhead light coming in, but I understand it's really hot in Texas, so I'll address that strategy later. I'm also interested in like combining the tectonic with the solid because I also love the massiveness and also kind of the protectiveness of a mass wall. As well, I explored outdoor spaces using limestone masonry, and again, creating like pockets of space where people can have a place of respite. So another image that I showed earlier this semester. So here's briefly a simple programmatic site plan. So all the more busier functions are closer to the street. This is Weberville right here, and I forgot to label it. And then more of the kind of function, like the mechanical and more like quiet functions are in the back. This is the fish hatchery, aquaponics center, barn cafe. And there's two main entry points. There's one from this north side here, and then one from the east side over here. And I've chose to focus mostly on this building, which is the fish production, and it's also a root cellar. Here's the botanical site plan. I wish I could spend more time on this because I really did some research on what plants are suitable for where, but there's like different types of trees for different, so it's like a sequence of experiences. You come in through this space, you walk through dwarf fig and apple trees, you can come up to this space and there's a peach grove. And then on this side, you'll pass through more decorative elements, and there's also like rows of berries and stuff like that. So here's a rendering from the east entrance. And these renderings mostly more to show kind of the feeling of the space, these outdoor spaces that I'm creating. So in every kind of location, you'll kind of pass through by like a water element, which is a kind of a life-giving source that I wanted to evoke. And here's the marketplace. Again, I'm mostly using wood, but the kind of base of the structure is stone, so there's kind of more of a permanent feeling to it. And then this is the northern entrance coming up towards that tower. Lined with apple and fig trees. And then this is the top of the main building that I will show in just a second. This is the aquaponic center, so it relies on the fish to grow the plants. So this is a root cellar of that main building that's connected to the tower. The idea is that this bottom floor is used for storing food that might not be accessible in the winter, so such as mushrooms that can be produced year-round, canning and storing area, and drying room in the bottom, as well as a pump and mechanical room for cycling the water throughout the whole site, so that it's a closed loop kind of system. And this is the first floor where people will enter in from this side. And this is mostly the fish hatchery situation. So the larva breeding mating tanks are over here. There's a walk-in freezer, refrigerator, seafood prep, and fish cultivation on that side. And then here's the third floor, which is the aquaponic garden. And then really quickly, here's a section facing south. So yeah, you can just see like what's going on here. And then here's a transversal of the tower. The idea is that there would be a water tower, kind of small water storage. So it pressurizes the water on site as well. And then here's an axon. And I wanted to show you kind of the sequence of the space, which is of the whole site, which is more important to me. Let me stop sharing really quick and share the video. 1 second. I don't know how to share it. Is it? Sorry. I don't know why when I click the share button, it goes away. Let me try. Can you guys see the video or
Yes.
Yeah.
You see it? Okay, sorry. It wasn't showing up on there. Okay. So this is a little bit of a roller coaster. So yeah, sorry for the animation speed. So you approach, this tower and the building as well. And there's little pockets of space on the right here. You see a little pocket. coming up to the market. And then on the left, there's water. This water on the left is not, it's more of a like part of the filtration process. So it's no fish in there. And then up here, this is the primary fish propagating water element, and then the peach grove. And then we'll cut through this back here behind the cafe. The idea is, yeah, here it's more of like a public but more intimate space coming through the marketplace. And then finally ending on a sweeping aerial view of the site. Sorry for the lack of textures in this. Yeah, so there's that. And then, do y'all see the greenhouse video? Okay, yeah. This is just a really short video, just showing kind of the passage of time. So I oriented the skylight toward the north, so it's less hot, but I mean, it's still going to be hot. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Comments?
I can start. If you go to your fourth image, please.
This one?
The one that shows the network of these things with the little red connectors.
Oh yeah, here.
Yeah. So I'm very intrigued by your premise and idea. It sends me off in a direction which is not what your final project is, so I won't spend too much time on it. But you live in Austin, and we have a mutating economy where everything, if you turn around, there's a new building. So it's not normal in any kind of way. But there's an interesting thing that's out there in terms of how this could really be done. There's property that's not ready to be developed, but doesn't have anything on it anyway. It's called a land bank. So there's a program or function that can happen on a piece of property that is not major infrastructure and it's not permanent improvement, but it's something you want to do for about 5 years. You could theoretically get the government to cut people's taxes in exchange for committing their piece of property to growing food for a 5-year period or something like that. You actually could institute this as a way to go. Now, it does push one into the direction of temporary structures or food, trailers or something which is not the permanent version of what you've got. Your project's very much like the Wildflower Center. It's kind of like serious infrastructure, and it's a really beautiful building and very, very permanent. But everything you said at the beginning got me very, very excited and pushes me in another direction. It also starts to make me think about agricultural buildings, which tend to be very affordable. There's this kind of like romantic honesty to how they begin to be built. Lake Plato are very good at doing buildings that look like they're inexpensive, that are very expensive, agricultural aesthetic buildings. And so there's there might be something in really studying those things and see if there's some lighter, simpler version of this that could really take your idea forward. But that's not your idea. I just wanted to say that. It just got me very excited about it.
It's a good thought, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering this whole time, like who is managing this place, and I guess John gives kind of an option for theorizing how this would maybe come into existence, potentially through this land bank.
Yeah.
When you said it was going to be aquaponics, I was definitely thrown off a bit, because aquaponics requires a certain degree of knowledge of ecology, and you wouldn't just be able to show up and do aquaponics from the community without someone educating you about how this works. So I feel like there has to be an education aspect to this program if you're going to be doing aquaponics, because it is complicated. Like you have to grow you're producing the food for the fish on site.
Yeah.
And then you're feeding the fish, and then there's the fish waste, which would then, I guess, be composted, which we don't really see that either. But it's like you're reproducing like a full ecosystem in one area, and that requires some knowledge. So yes, I would like to see an education program here. I guess and usually sometimes aquaponics are done through communal efforts. But usually they're commercially done because they're, they're actually quite profitable, and it can be in terms of farming fish, like farmed fish.
Mhm.
So you could also think about how that, if they were to sell this, back, how would they reinvest the money into the development of the communal center? Maybe it has like a 10-year plan where it continues to improve itself. Like it makes money and it puts the money back into continuing to build up the project and continuing to add more of these projects around the city, like to help self-fund through like the production of this food, potentially selling this food back to the community. Or maybe it's free, I don't know. Maybe the food is free. I mean, certainly running an aquaponics center seems a bit complex and maybe would be kind of expensive. I don't know a whole lot about it, but
it doesn't have to be. And the idea, I guess, was that like that wouldn't be managed by the public, because growing fruit trees is also a more complex task. So the idea was that the individual's responsibility is the vegetables grown on their own lawn, whereas the neighborhood hub would be more, I mean, it would be communally managed, but by more professionals, I guess.
But I think it's interesting to think of it as a network. I mean, this could be like the central hub that manages it, and it could be connected to an industrial facility that was an aquaponic kind of farm, because farms are industrial operations. So it could be something which is both educational and reach, and it could manage this network of neighborhood areas that people are invested in. So, I mean, if you think about it, kind of like, in kind of big sense, and then also just kind of the building on the site at the same time. I think it's, it's
well, I mean, there are all sorts of different models of financing models, and here in Germany, there's a very popular one that is based on a collective. So there are subscribers of produce, and they finance, alternative farms. And you can order what you want, and there's a delivery every week. They come with their lorries and from 10 miles away from Berlin, and so that's a similar kind of model could operate here in the catchment area, where you say, okay, this is how we finance it. But besides the kind of structural and kind of economical aspect, what about the design? Let's talk about design.
I have a comment for you. The image before, the previous image, this one with the network. You said your project is about a network of wellness farms. Where is the productive land in your project? I can see the productive land. I can see where all of these products are produced. I saw a couple of buildings, but if you want to create a farm, a network of farms, you need a big space to do all of these, this growth. And I can see in your project this productive land. And also, when you show us your greenhouse, if you really want to create a productive greenhouse to cover this area of quarter mile, it's extremely small, your greenhouse. Maybe this size of greenhouse is good for a family, but I don't think so for this area that you are trying to cover. So my problem is with the architectonic translation of your project, with the productive land, and the really the demands that a project like this has in a sense of place, of land, and all of that stuff.
So this is, let's talk about the architecture. So it's like it's a little heavy looking to me. It's like heavy timber and heavy members, and part of it just might be my association with walking around inside industrial greenhouses and farms, which there's like lightweight metal and there's a kind of real minimal approach of materiality that's present. So this starts to be, yeah, there you go, perfect. Yeah, so this starts to be like, that's more like heavy timber. And so it starts to feel in conflict with my presumption. So I'm cautious if I want to qualify my statement that way. But of course, I love those things too. That's the other thing. So part of what's wonderful about being at farms and out in the open is that the kind of lightness of the structure. There's this other thing you might pursue, which is in Texas, we need water, and the roofs are opportunities to collect water. And with that, we did a project with a ranch, and then we had a water barn. It was just like a metal roof with nothing under it, and it collected water. So it's like maximizing the collective area just to get the water to grow the plants as an architectural opportunity. So it's I would say look. I just want it to be I love the idea, love the intention. It's more like a kind of a botanical garden, and it's like a landscape kind of project. But I think I want the architecture to be less present and let it be more about the landscape, like lighter, like not heavier.
Yeah, Wilfried has been telling me that all semester. I don't know. I feel like I lean more towards monumentality, but I did try and suppress it a bit. And like the thing is, like I guess for heavy timber, like I thought like an open structure like this has to be, otherwise it won't be fire safe. But I mean, I could be wrong.
If it's an agricultural building, I don't know if we care that people walk through. I mean, there may be some ways around that.
Yeah,
Barry and Beate.
I'll go. I mean, just in terms of the architecture, I think, given the principles that you so clearly laid out in terms of the radii and the carbon footprint and the embodied energy involved in food production, my hope and my expectation is that you might have brought that to the production of the building itself in terms of the materials selected, how the building utilizes electricity, water, how the building really becomes emblematic of the same principles that you're applying to the institution. And so for me, I look at the building and it's neutral. I don't have a response to it because I don't feel like it's guided by the principles that are guiding your project. So, and I think I'm confident that if you think about that, then suddenly you know exactly where to look to start developing it in that regard. And it might even give you some of the direction that your building seems to be lacking. So I appreciate the project. I appreciate the rigor that you brought to the investigation, but you need to apply that to the architecture for it to be, whole.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Beate.
Yeah, something along the same line, I guess. The program is a food production model, and I think my first question is, what is the architectural sort of aspect or challenge or question with that program? What does that have to do with architecture? That is my first question, and I feel you haven't asked that question. To me, it seems that you have pursued the sort of functional, or the sort of how these processes work. At the same time, when I look at your project, it really doesn't look like a production facility in any way. It feels much more like a small public institution of some sort. It's so I feel that it's sort of not very clear what your challenge has been and how you have approached it in a way.
I think that's a very accurate observation, and I think it also seconds David's point about wellness farm. I think that is actually an incorrect term. Your system, your network, the diagram with the different production locations, I think is a clearer expression of what you are intending. And this is really a central facility that produces, on the one hand, proteins through fish, and is a market, is a place where things are sold that are produced elsewhere. David's observation that you don't have enough area to produce all this this kind of food that we see here in the market stalls, I think requires you to change the title. And I don't think that the facility as such is wrong, because I think you're addressing the issue of private space, or not private space is the wrong word, spaces of respite, of retreat, of regeneration, plus on the periphery, public spaces. And I think clearly the topics that John has, Adam has addressed, so that you need an educational program. Yeah, surely you can accommodate that in one of the buildings, right? You can offer a program to educate people how to grow things. And what Zoe had as a kind of a model garden is what you would have to have here too, which I'm sure you can accommodate in this plot, so that you actually run a model farm, but that would be then applied to other suburban sites. And it's not this that is the site that produces all the food for the rest of the community, right? So this just becomes a kind of a focus, an education facility, a market, and a place where proteins are produced in the shape of fish.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense, because like with just the pond at the very top, I can produce like 1/3 of the fish required for the community. So the square footage is a lot less.
So,
but yeah.
you know, I mean, the term is wrong. Wellness farms needs to be changed. And the other thing, if the truth be told, you were interested in creating a dense set of spaces that have different characters, right? So, and how to transform your interest in the growing of plants and you know, into a landscape architecture, so that you actually do a larger scale of planting. And I think that for you and your own trajectory, I think is an important development. And that is something that I think you need to acknowledge to yourself, that it's not necessarily the focus on the architecture, but the focus is on the relationship between architecture, landscape architecture, and other things such as, you know, food production and fish production. So there is a lot more, sorry to use the term, there's a lot more meat in this than
unintended.
than you're able to digest at the moment.
Yeah.
But I think it's an important project because it started off with such clear critique of the current mode of production. And you know, you have bitten off all these kinds of metaphors.
Oh my goodness.
You've bitten off a huge chunk, and
I know. Yeah.
You're still, you know, but you know, I'm also incredibly impressed by the fact that you've taken the time to do these walkthroughs, the videos, etc. So you know, you should be commended on that.
I'm going to throw one last thing. You can do hydroponic farming vertically. You can actually get more real estate by going up in the air, because you don't have to spread out horizontally. So again, it's another, you know, you're onto something when there sparks all of these kind of wonderful possibilities and directions. So good.
Right.
Thank you.
I'm afraid we need to move on. Priscilla, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we go to Daniel, the last presentation in the final review.
All right.
How are you doing, Beate? You're longing. It's time for a glass of whiskey, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. So hi, my name is Daniel Chavez, and my project focuses on creating a neighborhood wellness center that looks to provide a low-income minority community with the resources needed to combat health disparities evident within the United States. In the US, children and adults are suffering from obesity, and it is an upward trend, and it continues to be. Heart disease, cancer, diabetes, all these diseases are something that low-income minorities tend to be at risk for more than whites or other groups. Life expectancy within the United States is lower compared to other developed countries in the world. So in general, low-income minorities tend to have the short end of the stick. They're the ones that don't have the knowledge or don't have the access to the resources where they can learn about how to improve their overall mental and physical well-being. And so my site, I wanted to target it in Brownsville, Texas. Why? Because this place has greater poverty, uninsured, and overweight rates than the current nation. Poverty rate is 31%, uninsured, overweight hover around 30%. And so this map right here, specifically in the red, shows where within Brownsville there's low income and minority people. And so this white dot right here, that is where my site is located in that area. So when I dig a little bit deeper into the area, this outline right here, this red one, shows the area that I'm looking to target. And within this area, there's about 9,600 people, heavy on the younger side. And this map shows that these orange things represent restaurants. And you see that restaurants outnumber health facilities, recreational activities, parks, groceries, and more. And so Brownsville people actually acknowledge that there are health disparities. There are people that rely on cheap fast foods. There are people that can't access grocery stores within the area. And they do try to create these community events where they're able to teach people how to eat better, teach people how to exercise, and engage in more fulfilling lifestyles. And in general, Brownsville, Texas tends to be hot and humid throughout the year. Right here is a couple site photos. Right here, the big one shows where my project is located on this site. The bottom ones tend to show the typology, tend to show this low-rise housing, these flat landscapes, and pretty large front lots. So one fascination I had was the timbrel vaulting. I'm really fascinated with it because it's such a thin profile, but it's able to span incredibly large spans. And I was really fascinated with the Maya library by Samit Bador and Associates and how they're able to pretty much use this timber vaulting to bring it from the foundation up to the roof and then bring it down. And doing so, creating such really, I think, really beautiful interior spaces that are free from any structural supports. And so going forward, I was fascinated with using this type of method to create kind of these fitness spaces where I could span a roof condition and be able to have this open floor space to arrange training equipment, all those things. I was also interested in this timber vaulting. It's a low cost method. All you need are thin bricks or terracotta tiles. You need mortar, and then you just need to have a structural engineer be able to design a thing, and then you're able to create the structure pretty rapidly. And you do it in layers with mortar and tile, layer after layer. And it just shows how you can create really interesting forms. And so one thing I wanted to look at was the site and think about some design considerations. On the top left, I thought about access. I was thinking about, I have this site and I want to target these three access points, and each one will be different. Right here, you have the main road, so it has to be about vehicle, bicycle, and human footprint trafficking. And then on the back end, you have that faces the neighborhood. You want to have more of this kind of like just walking activity. And then on the side, you want to bike and walking. I also looked at movement, thinking about what is the primary movement I want to incorporate in my project. And I wanted to really push it along this longitudinal aspect, but also have these kind of secondary pathways. I also looked at green spaces and how I could use green spaces to act as gardening spaces, act as buffers, act as entrances. And then lastly, I looked at the volumetric height, thinking about the overall profile of the buildings nearby and thinking about what's the maximum I could reach and what's the minimum. And then once I had those things kind of figured out, I began to kind of create the overall form as you see here in this orange shading. And then what I did is I used a structural software to actually generate the overall surface, apply grid points on that, begin to manipulate and iterate, and be able to actually create a three-dimensional structure that's actually achieves horizontal and vertical equilibrium. It was really fascinating to do. Then I took it a step forward and thought, well, I could do a single roof skin condition, or I could do a double roof skin condition. And I wanted to try to do a double roof condition because I want to see if this passive strategy could actually help reduce energy loads in the building. So I did an analysis of it, and I found that by having this double skin roof condition, I was able to reduce energy consumption by 48%. So it does work. And then lastly, I looked if I have this double roof skin condition and I have skylight that I want to bring into the space, how should I overlap these skylight conditions to bring enough daylight into the space? And so I did a couple light studies, and I found that by not overlapping them at all, I was able to bring in enough reflected daylight and not bring in the harsh direct sunlight that would heat up the space. So this site plan right here begins to show how all these ideas about access points are beginning to come together in these pathways, thinking about how the form goes along the movement that I wanted to create, and how these green spaces begin to morph the sides and the edges of the overall roof form. So when we go to the floor plan, this right here is the main entrance where you have the street right here, the main street. And the idea was I would have kind of these curvilinear pathways that would compress and expand, allowing people to gather in the lobby space, but then compress again into a hallway and expand out to the more, the main point of the project. And I would locate my program on the sides. And the idea was that these walls would push you along into the main space, but would also be able to pull you into the actual program spaces. So we have a classroom, we have a workshop, we have a technology center. We have these more private consultations, such as talking to a dietitian, talking to a health expert, and then you have a daycare center over here. And then you would have the cafe right here, and it would dip down a couple feet to create more of a intimate space, as we'll see later on. And then the cafe, you would have a community kitchen here where you're able to actually learn how to cook foods, and then you would have food preparation here. And then I included these ramps on the side for 88 reasons, but also because I wanted to create ramps in a way that's experiential and really goes along with the project idea of having this place be a place for physical exercise, for movement, for well-being. And so these ramps ramp down into the actual gym, which is on this level. And the gym begins to open up to these outdoor spaces that begin to be in dialogue with the rest of the neighborhood, but also within this gardening space right here. And so over here on this mezzanine floor, what I wanted to do was put a life coach and fitness trainer right here, and put a yoga studio here, and a more of an open dance rehearsal area here. And the idea was I was trying to incorporate all these programs to be able to fulfill all the needs of being able to have activities to better your health and have the resources and have people to talk to better educate yourself on what you need to do. And so as you transition on this mezzanine, you're able to come down to the first floor, you're able to transition out down into the gym space itself. And so this isometric begins to show you three-dimensionally the first floor, how it comes together. Over here, right here is my gardening space, and I have another gardening space here. And then we have the sections. This section perspective begins to show you how things come together, how I have this double shell roof coming, and it has about a 6-foot cavity space right here. And this is for air ventilation, but also if I have this opening right here that has glazing on it, I need to be able to clean it up. I need to have people to be able to maintenance this area. And so over here, you see on these sides where it dips down a few feet. These were for mechanical and electrical equipment, and I did it so that would be enough head clearance for maintenance and for be able to place this equipment there. This section right here, this is the main, where my mouse is, this is the main entrance. As you can see, the roof begins to expand outward, but as you see, as you enter the building, it's at a level where you don't notice necessarily how high it is. And then as you go here, you begin to be free and you begin to be able to explore the full height of the spaces by going on the mezzanine. And then on this bottom section over here's the entrance. Again, it's just flipped. But you begin to see the dialogue and interaction between the mezzanine floor and then the first floor, and how it dips down right here for the cafe. And then this is another isometric just showing this double roof shell being pulled apart, and begins to show you three-dimensionally how things kind of come together. This is a wall section that was trying to understand the convective currents of air as you warm it up and you heat it up, and how you pull the warm air out into the air cavity and then out into the actual air outside. Also thinking about how to maybe capture this water down into these drainage near the foundations. This is a roof foundation detail just showing how this double roof shell connects to the foundation. And then finally the renders. This is if you were to enter the lobby, you have, you see these outdoor spaces here, but then you see this grand entrance, this grand staircase, and you see the oculus here, and it really does pull you in with the walls. And then this is the classroom. An idea was to have some kind of transparency, some kind of glazing to show that the roof can stand without the walls themselves. And then if you look back in the classroom, it shows that connection with the community. People walking into the center can see their neighbors, educating themselves, learning something new, and encourages them to do the same. This is if you were entering that open grand space where you're able to see that the stair really does welcome you, really does pull you up to explore the space above. As you see the oculus here, you see another oculus on the back, and the aperture, it just pulls you in and really wants you to explore. And this is here on the mezzanine looking down. And then this is a library technology center that has views out into the main space and also to people up here. And then this is if you're walking down into the cafe, it dips down again to create more of an intimate space with this mezzanine level kind of covering you from creating more of an intimate space, yeah. And then this is a daycare. I want to do like a curtain wall here to really show the children out and see people gardening here, people exercise, and be able to have that visual connection, which I think is quite nice. And then this ramp right here it takes you down into the gym here, and then you see that there's this other pathway that pulls you out into the street. And then this is the gym floor. Again, you see the oculus and you see these openings, and you're intrigued by it and you want to walk up and see what it is. And then this is if you're entering, this is the gym right here, and this is if you're entering from that side street. And then lastly, I like this one because this is if you were entering from the back. So let's say you're a neighbor and you really know your way around and you live in the back, and you're able to open up the gate and walk down this pathway to, you can partake in gardening activities, or you can go and drop off your children at the daycare as you go to work, or go into the facility to explore the services that it provides. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Comments?
All right, I guess I'll just jump in. I think your perspectives are very compelling, I have to say. I was less convinced about, and maybe this is my lack of expertise in structural engineering, but it seems like the timbral vaults that you're showing us from precedent are much smaller in scale. And the scale of this building is quite monumental. It's very massive. I guess I'm just less convinced about the structural solution here. But if we're gonna just put that aside, I think formally it's working in terms of how it appears on approach, and like the interesting different moments on the interior are good. I think the oculi locations could be a bit more dialed in or specific. Mm-hmm. It feels like they're just kind of placed wherever. And you probably could use more natural light in there, at least the way that you're depicting this. It seems kind of dim everywhere, and maybe that's just the images, and maybe that's something you can just change. The plan arrangement is a bit, maybe if we could go back to that.
Yeah.
that center lobby zone, what do you imagine is happening there? Just circulation?
Right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine a bit of combo of circulation. People walking through this area, people going out to go garden, go out back to their house, people going out to the gym here. But also there's like the seating area for people to just sit here and just relax. And there's also a seating area here for people to do the same. So I was thinking about it kind of like both.
Okay. Yeah. I feel like that central area could be, it feels like you have a lot of circulation in this building. There's lots of very wide areas, like, and also on the second floor, there's a lot of circulation, and it feels like it could have been more thoughtful about like the theatricality of moving through this space, where you do have a grand staircase, and there is an ability to kind of look down and see people moving around. But I feel like that could have been played up a bit more, where you would actually want to do something in that circulation space, where you might want to linger, you might want to look down and see the other people doing activities, like that you might have a vision into. It seems like sometimes there is that visible connection between different spaces. Like, maybe you could show us some of those moments.
So you're saying different spaces that visually connect. Maybe like the library, tech center, like this area where you're measuring.
Yeah, I like that. I think that is successful, because it encourages like this idea that everything is interconnected, and it feels more light and open. It's also a bit more theatrical, which I tend to like. There's a fitness center, I believe designed by Morphosis in University of Cincinnati, which has a lot of these sort of like visual transparencies between different programs, but that are separated. And the thing that kind of links all of them together is this view of the ceiling kind of running all across everything. And I was wondering if the ceiling could have a different kind of feeling, like everything is white. Yeah. Everything is just white. And I was wondering if the ceiling could be treated differently in some way to kind of link to bring your eye across and look at the ceiling as a landscape, which is something that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I couldn't put my finger on it until you just said it like that. So I actually think it's a very, very well resolved project, and I'm on board. I want to know more about how it's able to be so energy efficient, right up until I get to the renders of the project on the interior, and then I just don't like it. It's just something about the way they're rendered, or some decision that you're making that is just, part of it is the way that the walls and the ceiling just butt up against each other, like it's all made out of sheetrock or something. And I think Adam's idea about you're sitting under this dome of space that is this overriding connective landscape. And so somehow the walls want to stop short or float underneath or start to do something a little bit different. And then there's just something about the way the steel is done. I'm sure I should not have done. I'm sure it's the wrong thing for a critic to do. But I took a screen grab of your image, and then on Photoshop I just inverted it. So the steel, forgive me, I'll share it and I'll give you the screen back if you'll just pardon me for a second on this. But it's just that it looks like this now. So it's starting to take something which reads is very, very heavy and turning that or dematerializing in it some way. There's some urge about the way you're treating steel just as this heavy bronze finish, dark thing that just seems to kill the magic for me a little bit. And that might just be my sensibility. I don't know. Please go back to yours.
That's a good point. I can see that.
Barry, Beata, or David?
I'll just say that, I mean, the monotonal quality of the walls, you know, hitting the gesture of this overarching double shelled structure, I think really warrants some differentiation. I think the same is true for all the, I mean, I applaud the amount of rigor and care and thought that you went into resolving geometries, and I understand the amount of work that goes into that. So let me say that first. But I think somehow the power of that is lost, you know, per the comments that John made, and the relationship of the vertical walls to the shell, and even the grid that's become so ubiquitous in the interior and exterior fenestration.
Yeah.
Feels like it's. I see when I look closely, you emphasize the verticals, which I think is the right idea. But when you look at how these grids just kind of crash into curved forms, the degree of resolution that you brought to the plan doesn't follow through to 3D. So, you know, it's hard to hold your feet to the fire relative to how much you accomplished, you know, since the mid-review. But, you know, that's the obligation when you start working in these kinds of geometries. I'd like to see more images of it in context relative to the scale of the other structures. You make there's some hints of that, but I have questions about that, you know, relative to sort of a dialed back and get a bigger sense of it in context.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll let other people speak to that.
I can say a little bit. I actually enjoyed this a lot. I remember being quite critical at the midterm, and I am especially towards the double shell, but there is something about you've had a very strong mind set on this, and I think the project has grown both physically but also in my head since midterm, and to have this this curiosity to see this space and to pursue that curiosity and actually work it out. I think that's very, very good. So I appreciate it a lot. I agree, or I think the comments that has been said are good, and you should take them to heart. But there's something about actually going through with it, which is very good, I think. I have actually one comment which is a bit stupid, but I think the start of the project, your explanation of obesity in the US, that is a phenomenon that is interesting and which also has a very strong expression or visual character. And actually what I find a little bit boring or not so interesting in your project is the people in your renders. If I were you, I think I would really work with quite different kinds of people, maybe people that are more related to the start of your project.
Yeah, no, yeah, I agree. I wanted to put more people who were Hispanics, but the software didn't have any of those people really.
I was not only thinking about Hispanic, I was thinking about obese people. I mean, people that are not, people that would need this kind of center. I think that could be actually quite beautiful.
That makes sense, yeah.
Daniel, I have a very simple question. Why white bricks? Because brick has a very specific tectonic, and when you present the project, you said and you are very clear that you want to work with vaults made of bricks in order to achieve a big span. But why white?
Yeah, I had talked to a professor of mine, and the white started originally because the exterior shell needed to have a white appearance to it because it needs to reflect light. I mean, it needs to reflect radiation back out. And then the render doesn't do it well, but it's not actually white. It's kind of like a limestone, but you can only see if you zoom in really close. But yeah, it looks really white, but it was originally for the exterior roof, but it made its way throughout the whole project. And
because with this decision, you are losing a lot of the materiality of your project. And that's why maybe all of your images sometimes look very flat. And I think if you think with brick and this combination with the steel, you can create a really good space. But the white decision or the way that you show your images is not the best to express your project. Another thing that I'm not agree with the comments, I don't know, it's about the scale of the lobby. I think it's really good scale of the lobby, because you are planning a really big project and you need this space in the center with this big staircase and the connection to all of the courtyards and all of the 3 axes. So I think it's a really good proportion of the main axis. I can imagine a lot of people there gathering and talking and moving around. What I'm not sure is about the big scale of the project. What I'm not sure if you need a project of this size in this area. This is not well explained why you need a building so big in that place. But the scale of the lobby is really good with the scale of your project. And the circulation in the ground floor is really good and it is really well proportionate with the scale of your project. But the scale as well, I really don't understand if you need in that specific project. What else I see? The double, of course, we have a lot of questions with you in the midterm about your technology approach. And I saw a different approach to this double scheme. I think it's better. Of course, it's better than the first one, because the first one is it was only an offset and you create a big sandwich. But now I think it could work. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. But I saw you are trying to understand how to create this different way of build this project, and I really appreciate that. I saw that you are trying to discover new ways of construct or build your project. Is really nice. But for me, the scale and the materiality, why you lose all of your materiality in your project? Because in this exposition, you explain really well, for example, the way that you develop the site plan, the way that you develop all of these 3 connections. This time was more clear all of your intentions about how to create all of these spaces, specifically in the ground floor, and how you're trying to connect and create a kind of I don't know, a kind of heart in this block, inside of this block. It's kind of interesting the way that you explain today your project, but I still have a lot of questions about the scale and the materiality.
Yeah. Thank you, David. I think I agree with many points, and especially the issue of materiality. I think you're speaking to the wrong professor. Whoever told you about white, you didn't speak with me.
Oh yeah, before this, it was like a tan. It was a tan brick. It looked really nice.
Yeah, so I think the good thing about the fact that you've got these in your 3D model, and you can just probably change it. You need to edit a lot, and I think that Adam put his finger on it, and John supported it. The vault has to be a continuous surface that is visible all the time. I think your glazing diminishes that. I think your walls, the white walls, diminish the uniqueness of the vault. All right, and I think you need to seriously think about the geometry. But the more fundamental criticism that David is making, and I agree with that too. I was wondering, this project has really grown in size, as Beata has observed. Programmatically, Do you need all the, the mezzanine gallery is a problem. If you didn't have the mezzanine gallery, you could have pure space. You wouldn't have to have all these, those kind of ups and downs. So that's one of the compromises that you're making, and that leads to all sorts of other compromises in terms of the relationship of partitions, the horizontal floor, and then the vertical systems of glazing and walls. Choosing another material for the walls, even if it's a kind of a wooden, a choice of wood or something like that, that needs to be rethought. So the amount of time you've spent on, firstly, the vault, and secondly, the plan, the ground floor plan, the ground floor plan is pretty harmonious with the overall idea of the form of the building. You make all sorts of other compromises when you go to the mezzanine, and you certainly make enormous amounts of compromises when you create walls in connection with the vault. And the worst one is the perspective. If you go to with the half round window, the view from the library,
This one.
Yeah. First of all, your furniture choices are horrible.
Yeah.
Really horrible. And there's no excuse for that. And then that quarter round window is just so silly. It tries to echo the vault, but it's not the vault, right? And anyway, so there are all these kinds of details which diminish the quality of the project. But you should be commended for being bold enough to investigate all these things. And I think in 10 years' time, when you go out to practice, and if you were to construct something like that, this would be an amazing project. A double skin. A double skin structure that is energy efficient, that does deal with daylight and all those kinds of things. There's a tremendous amount of potential in this. So I want to commend you on sticking with that central idea of the vault and with developing the plan, the far distance that you've been able to take it. So with that, unless anybody else would like to say something about this project, I'd like to invite the critics to make some final statements on the work that they have seen.
Tiny statement, if I may make on this one, is like I have this urge. It sounds glib, but it's not. To put a skate park next to this, or to design a skate park if you've ever done one, because in many ways it's the inverse of this. It's all designed around parabolic motion. It's an activity, and it's creating a surface that's an experienced landscape. So in some ways, it's really interesting way to think about this form that you've made with a very similar operation as a landscape itself.
Yeah, Max, someone did that. Maxwell did that.
I did that.
Okay.
The first 4 weeks of the studio, I made one of these into a skate park that was a bus stop.
Okay. Excellent. Cool. All right. Thanks.
Final comments. Final comments.
No, I like very much the thanks for having me on the review. It's been a delight to talk about the project. I like how you're positioning these relative to passion and impact and the person, what's important to you personally. I think it's just like every studio should do this, and certainly to have this in an advanced design studio is very rewarding and wonderful to participate in. So they've been very good projects. I'm sorry I didn't get to see all of them, but the 4 projects I saw were all quite stimulating and inspiring. So thank you.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Adam.
Yeah, also thank you for inviting me. It's been great to see, I see Max here. be curious to see your skate park at some point.
Send
But
me a PowerPoint.
oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, so developing your own language and your own interests and your own styles and your own, you know, your own voice as an architect. I think it's been really interesting to see the diversity of approaches here in this class, and to, you know, have an instructor to support you in your own development and not to just force you to follow someone else's model. I think it's like I like this model of a design studio. So thank you for showing all of your work today.
Thank you, Adam. If you only knew. Yeah, I've had an agenda, of course, you know, but the students will tell you about it. Barry.
Well, Wilfried, I really appreciate the premise of the studio. For me to have been on the midterm and here and to watch the journey that the students have been on has been really great. And I admire and I think it's great to develop your passion for architecture along with your passion for, you know, for social issues and things that really matter to you. I think it's really great to be able to develop those in tandem. And so I think that it's been inspiring to me to see the studio, and I really appreciate the comments of the other critics. And it's nice to meet you, all you guys, in this very strange format. Thank you.
Thank you. David.
Thank you so much, Wilfried, for this opportunity to share with the other juries and with the students all of this amazing talk about different ways to improve our way of life through architecture in our world. I think it's very important when you are a student, especially, to try to discover, to try to set a position about what do you think about your role as an architect and how you can transform your reality, how can you achieve these goals. So I really appreciate your approach, because I think for the students it's very, very challenging, because the first step in this kind of approach is not easy, because it's easier if you said everyone is going to work in this neighborhood and everyone is going to work in, I don't know, collective housing. But when you need to face your interest, when you need to see you in the mirror and try to understand what you want to say, it's not easy, the first step. So that's why I enjoy a lot to see you and to know you a little bit through your projects or through your approach. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Beate. It's late, I know.
It's late. It's really late.
It's morning.
It's soon morning. It's been very nice to follow these 2 days of reviews, mid-crit and now. And I think the projects have developed very well. I was curious to see today. I also must say that I think the brief for the studio, or the approach is super nice. What I think is on a sort of more to raise it one level, at least in my head, I think the studio has raised the question of the relationship between program and, let's say, architectural content. That there is, I mean, you guys have all identified and in some cases invented programs, architectural programs, and that is one step of the way. And then the challenge is, of course, to go from there to an architectural solution that seems authentic in a way to the program. So and that has made me think a lot, this relationship. But it's been very, very nice, and you lucky guys who who has a good professor. I think I enjoyed all the comments, and I also enjoyed some of your comments, or actually most of your comments, Wilfried.
Well, I think you've all been terrific, and you've all been very observant and picked out those things that may have escaped my attention at certain stages. But I also want to pay the class a huge compliment. I think, given the fact that you worked 8 weeks on these projects, I think you should all be very, very proud of what you've achieved. I cannot think of a studio where the quality of the design, everybody has achieved a level of resolution that is very, what's the word? Not believable, but it has a degree of credibility in the fact that you've investigated things to a great depth and developed a design. And so I think the most important thing to me is the thing that I learned from this studio is that we need to have students believe in the things that they're designing. There needs to be this kind of relationship and the passion that energizes the work. And I think it's only through that passion that students of their own accord reach this level of resolution. And so, the issue of substance in the topic, substance in the architecture, these are the things that give credibility to the work that we do and restore, because we have a sense of duty towards the societies that we work for, that restores the effectiveness, or even to say the power of architecture. Because without that relationship, a belief in the things that we do, kind of a intensity with which we do it, we're not going to be able to convince clients, users, that what motivates us personally should also motivate them. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for being with us for such a long duration. I would like to have an set of exit interviews next week, and I'm going to send an invitation to everyone so that we can have individual talks. But Beate, you've been fantastic. Thank you, and get some sleep.
Sleep tight.
David, thank you. Say hello to your colleagues, please. Adam, thank you for joining us. Barry, all the best in upstate New York. And John, thank you for joining us. Say hello to Elizabeth. Yeah. And to the whole class, now is the time to have a glass of whatever.
Already a little drunk.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, bye. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, really great projects.